that went into pulling the show together, and just some more of that, sharing some more of that knowledge and how she identified this aspect of culture coming through in contemporary visual art. And then we'll have a break at 3:45, so we welcome you all to come for coffee and tea and biscuits in the Showroom Cafe. And then we're returning again for an afternoon with DJ and producer Winston Hazel, and then with Professor Alice O'Grady from the University of Leeds, and then finally Luke Bainbridge, who was a founding editor of the Observer Music Monthly, and also DJ and writer and music critic. And then a panel discussion at the very end of the afternoon, so you can all voice your questions. I'm sure you'll be burning with many, so that's your opportunity. And then drinks tonight back at site. And I know that's a lot, so that's why you've got an itinerary, and just enjoy yourselves. I think it's going to be really great. So Francesca, do you want to come up? Oh yes, sorry, a very important note is we're live streaming on the internet. So if you know anyone that might want to watch, it's on Site Gallery's website. And then we'll be also sharing a recording of the event afterwards, so you can watch it again and again. If you want to pick up on any references, that might be great. So yeah, live streaming now online. So great, if anyone's watching now, welcome. And yeah, enjoy. Thank you.
Show me.
Oh yes, you just literally click to go through. Okay. But you can also use the arrow to go across.
Okay, so I just click. Woo! Yay, that's me. Hi, thanks very much for coming. It's really surreal when you come up with an idea in your bedroom and you see loads of wanting to come and see it. This exhibition came originally out of a project that I got invited to do in Brooklyn in 2011. And it was for a space called 319 Shoals, which is a massive 2-floor warehouse in the bumfuck end of like nowhere Brooklyn. And basically I got asked to do a show there, and a lot of their shows are about the relationship between art and technology, something I've been really interested. I'd done another show at a place called Moo in Eindhoven about the relationship between, kind of trying to define our relationship to the internet, and I thought of that as a kind of psychedelic experience. So I came up with the idea of doing a show that paralleled sort of the references aesthetically and conceptually of rave and a lot of young emerging artists I was seeing, particularly disseminating their work online on the internet, but also just generally within galleries. A lot of people between both in the States and in the UK. And what I became really interested in was that there was a lot. I'm a bit older. I'm not like 20-something, but I became really interested in seeing this whole younger generation of artists who weren't around during rave at all, or any of those references, making parallel references either to the music or that kind of early digital experience when you're seeing like flashing rave graphics, and how much that kind of burst with the birth of the internet at the same time. And also became aware that that moment in time of rave was probably the earliest experience of dissent that a whole generation had ever seen. So partly due to my own experience, my sister, who's a little bit younger than me, was a baby raver. She was part of Spiral Tribe when she was 14. So she was going around technivals and very wild warehouse parties from a really young age in the early 90s. And I was living in Yorkshire in the mid-90s, so I was part of the club scene in Leeds, Manchester, Liverpool at that period in time. So I was definitely aware of what was so fascinating about that period in time, being part of it. So I put together these artists. In New York, the version of the show was kind of wild. There was double the amount of work you see here. It was a lot more kind of crazy. It was literally a warehouse with sound everywhere. I love the sound clash you get. And here it felt much more like a more serious iteration of it, but I still have a lot of sound clash, and there's a lot of moving image, and there's a lot of sort of life, which I think is really important. I also really like the idea that rave is something that kind of reflected in a wider zeitgeist. So for Days magazine, where I'm a curator, the art editor, I put together a rave A to Z, which you can see online, which is probably what I'm going to take you through now, just sort of an extension of the show, sort of the other things outside the show that aren't there. So here's an example. This is Alexandra Domanovic. She did a project called 1930. She was brought up in Slovenia, but she's from the former Yugoslavia. And she was really fascinated at the rise of rave. Sorry, here's a perfect one. She was really interested in the rise of rave during the war there, and actually how during moments of politics, rave became a way for a whole generation to express themselves and sort of express the concept of freedom in a wider sense, and actually have fun. Or something outside of it. And she collected together all the idents from the news for 40 years that have been out there, which is also very much connected to politics. And she gave the soundtracks for these idents to techno producers who are this whole turbo techno scene that was in the former Yugoslavia then, and would show that alongside footage from ravers at the time. She's shown this, there's vinyl. It's kind of an extensive project. You can see it online. It's 1930. And I found that really fascinating, an example of this. Another example of how I was seeing artists explore their reference of rave as current Cory Archangel project, which is actually, in a way, an extension of something that a lot of other artists have done, most notably Jeremy Deller himself, which was placing rave music on different instruments within an artistic content. So Jeremy obviously notably did this with acid brass. Matt Stokes is another artist who's going to be showing here. I know did it really interestingly with organs, getting people to play rave music on organs. And Cory Archangel did it most recently, Answers for the Electric Piano, placing rave and trance music tracks in a film, and this was in the Berlin Philharmonia, I think it was, with a organist called Hampus Lindvall, playing rave tracks, but in a serious context. And I really, really liked the parallel between that and this kind of project. And other things rave-related was the Hacienda, which seems to be the most kind of iconic reference of people with club culture, which I find really fascinating. I only went there once. It was a bit empty. It smelled of poppers. That was about it. But I was really kind of fascinated also in the aesthetic that came out of that and how that's been reinterpreted. What I find really interesting in looking at how artists are drawing on that period in time is it has none of the layers of elitism that you got when it was around originally. Now when artists are looking at it, all those things, whether they're high or low, whether they're technical people or people into cheesy, bad music, it all kind of comes together, and it feels like that it's more of like a melting pot of reference, which at the time it didn't happen. So I think when you look at the exhibition here, you can see that multiplicity of referencing, which I find really interesting. The other artist not included in this, which I think was very seminal for influencing this entire generation of artists, is Mark Leckey, particularly with his film Fiorucci Maybe Hardcore. I always say that a lot of these artists are Jeremy and Mark's babies, which I think if you look at this film, which was made around 1999, I think, 2000, you can see a lot of influence in that younger generation in terms of editing, imagery, and also this, in this piece particularly, it's Britishness and the idea of incorporating something subcultural into a serious context. I also think that the legacy of rave is very much seen in contemporary politics. Like, I personally don't think you could have had the Occupy movement without the criminal justice marches. A lot of my sister was beaten up when she was 17 by 12 policemen during the criminal justice march. It basically was the moment why I think we don't have that moment of rave culture now anymore, which is when they made legislation, obviously this is all very well documented, preventing raves and music and large gatherings. And I think that how the public formed together to resist this can definitely be sort of seen through Reclaim the Streets onto the Occupy movement and ideas of how you get to express dissent in unusual ways. And I find that really fascinating. And I think that actually, the reason why there's a whole generation who haven't experienced the freedom connected to rave is because of this bill. So I find that kind of very important. I'm also a big fan of smileys. I wanted to do a book on smileys. I became really interested in how the smiley's having a huge resurgence now and how it represents so much in different ways. I kind of like the darkness within it, but also the rise of emojis and emoticons and the idea of the simplicity of the smiley being incorporated into wider society shows how that kind of rave, because I mean, if you had to pick an icon for that rave period in time, I think the smiley definitely would be it. So it definitely is making references to that now in contemporary society, and I find that fascinating. And there's a lot of artists who are using the smiley in their work in really interesting ways. I did a whole portfolio for a magazine called Sleek that's just come out, which has included smileys by artists like Petra Courtwright. She did a whole page worth. It's kind of fascinating seeing how you can reincorporate such a simple thing in such a variety of ways in art. And I think in art, if anything, if artists are looking for a form of accessible language, I think those kind of icons of reference, which can be reinterpreted, that we all recognize really easily, are very important. And I think smiley is one of those. Wolfgang Tillmans is another artist, I think, who kind of shows the legacy. He was obviously there at that moment in time, but his photographs still hang at Berghain in Berlin, which is one of the biggest clubs in the world. And I think he was documenting at this moment in time. I'm really fascinated at looking at people who were documenting at that moment in time. There's a photographer called Vinka Peterson who did a book called No System, which is out of print now, but you might be lucky enough to find it, which is documenting the whole international technical scene. And I found that really fascinating, sort of insight into it. I think that it was weirdly a moment in time that got bypassed by a lot of, because it was so populist or because it was so underground, being both those two things at the same time, it was never seen as something serious. And I actually think that, I would argue, and I think that's part of the aim of this show, is that the kind of the politics and meaning behind rave are actually really important. It probably was one of the last truly innovative periods within British culture before everything got so absorbed into the wave of things getting ruined in 5 minutes, when there was perhaps a little bit more conceptual freedom, or it was much more DIY, which I think you don't necessarily get 20 years later, 15 years later, with people who don't, no, 20 years later, people who didn't necessarily come from that background. I did talk recently, and I became really fascinated when people go, well, how did you find out about anything without having the internet? And I find that really fascinating because people communicate so differently now. Like the idea of where do you get your information? So the idea of zines or word of mouth or phones or flyers or all that kind of DIY ephemera that was part of that original time is completely alien to anyone who's around now, and I find that fascinating. So I think part of what's also important about bringing attention back to that moment in time is reminding people that there are other ways of communication beyond online. But I'm also having a really ambivalent relationship to the internet myself at the moment. I also became really aware there's a huge rise in contemporary musicians making references to that period in time, people like Zombie and Toddler T, and there's like a really interesting group of, oh God, I'm going to forget it now. There's a really interesting group of producers who put together sort of a manifesto on how you address rave music, which I could find a better name for it. I think it's connected to Data Mind Law out in LA, but I find that really interesting, the idea that people are trying to come up with new ways to place club culture in a more intelligent, interesting, experimental way than perhaps just product. And I think that ethos is also really referencing that. So I think that's it, except that I get a video. Do we show our videos now? Yeah. Sorry. Because basically we all get to show a video. So my video is E-Vapor-8, which seemed the most likely one to do. The reason why I named the show after that song is because I'm really aware that I loved the word. I mean, they weren't exactly the most necessarily respected band at that period in time, but I also loved the idea of the evaporation of perhaps the negativity connected to that moment of rave. The drug references, I would argue, are necessarily gone. I don't think that's so much central to people referencing that period in time than it was then. I think it's not necessarily nostalgic, perhaps, but that idea of the passing of time, I think, is really interesting. So, hence the evaporation of it, literally. And it's also a hilarious song and video to look at. So I'm going to play it now.
This is the moment they've all been waiting for. This is the sound of Alternate.
Don't make me wait, don't make me wait. Don't make me wait, don't make me wait. Don't make me wait, don't make me wait. Don't make me wait, don't make me wait.
Okay, so can we welcome Harry Burden? Oh, great. Thank you, Fran. Thanks. higher. Great. So just click along.
Great.
Play when you're ready.
Okay. Hey Ravers. I'm just going to give you guys a really brief rambled talk through how I got in. I was an ex-raver, and I'm from Australia. So I thought I'd just talk a little bit about my past, just to give a little context, which I'll start off. No. There you go. Yeah. No one's seen that for about 15 years, thankfully. So for me, the experience of being in the show has been great, but it's been very sort of the cultural context has been quite different to all you UK ravers. The rave scene in Melbourne kind of started off after there was a protest, or it was called the Battle of Beanfield, where a whole lot of travellers got in a massive sort of fight with the police and I suppose the early Thatcher government, and it was the beginning of breaking down or trying to legalise the rave scene over here. And so there are a number of people that from the rave scene that ended up all around the world, and we had, luckily, a couple of people ended up in Melbourne. And so up until that point, we hadn't really had a rave scene, so it was probably about 92, maybe 93. It was a little bit later, probably when it was ending here. Yeah, and so I was involved in it fairly early on. There we go. There's some images, and I was doing installation art, and I was involved in a crew that we were called Melbourne Underground Development. And we used to just do a lot of, artwork for parties. And I mainly remember just like constantly trying to battle not putting smiley faces on every poster, and magic mushrooms and a lot of fairies, as you can see. So the aesthetic for me was really day glow. It was really like, like cyber raving. It wasn't quite as cool as the early rave scene vibe that I get off everyone else from here. This is one of my all the documentation from that time, because like Fran says, it wasn't on the internet. A lot of it was, all of it was taken with printed out photographs, and unfortunately, my friend Voodoo, who had most of the collection of imagery, he had a warehouse fire, probably stoned and asleep, and we lost most of it. But I mean, there are some examples out there, unfortunately. So I'll just go through another. And this is a sort of aesthetic, I suppose, that was going on. And back then I really believed we were going to change the world. I went into it with a completely utopian viewpoint of I wanted to make art. I was studying at the time, and I really didn't like the gallery. The idea of a gallery system or showing my art in a gallery seemed like a really square thing to do, and this seemed like a great forum for expressing myself and meeting lots of people, and yeah, it was great. Keep going. And we used to, we used to do these themed raves, as I guess you guys probably did over here. And everyone was obsessed with the Mayans back then. And so we did like lots of big Mayan-themed raves. I can't believe I'm talking in public about this. And yeah, lots of lasers. I mean, that's a great example of like the sort of art, my friends. I tended to do stuff that was a lot more digital and a bit more boring than this sort of stuff, but we were a collective, and it was like artists, musicians, and the organisers, and it was probably going for about 10 years, really, and it all ended when we started to make some money from it. The organisers decided it was a sellout, and it would have been the first time I ever got paid for doing what I loved. This is a good example of the sort of flyers that they were doing, very similar probably to the UK, later UK flyers. There was there's a couple. This is actually one of the organisers. Her name was Sue. She was great. She went out with Voodoo. But as you can see, you know, the rave scene, because we got it a little bit later than you guys, was fully sort of was already developed. So the aesthetics of it and the sort of, you know, childhood sort of childish sort of fashion really was something we all embraced. And we had a lot of outdoor parties because of the good weather. So there was lots of, you know, a lot of outdoor raving went on. So I'll just skip to what I do now. In the show, my work was the sort of car crash sculpture, which was brightly coloured, and this just a run through of some of my sort of recent work. And maybe like about 3 years ago, I had a turn in the sort of work I was making, and I started to look back to my past in the rave scene, which up until fairly recently I'd always been kept a well-kept secret. And these works started to come out. These are called Dirty Fucking Hippies. They're old cleaning mops from various art galleries around London. I was interested in the idea of dirt and you know, like I used to work at the Royal Academy of Arts and these sort of arts institutions. I was interested in everything that was connected to the gallery scene that wasn't really about the art. So the cleaners and all the sort of things that went on behind the scenes. They also look a little bit like I used to look back in the day. There's a couple more. And so yeah, I probably got into the rave scene because I was interested in, like, early technology was something that we were all really obsessed with back then, which is sort of weird because the internet hadn't really come about. My dad's he was a computer programmer, and I grew up with him being in the front room working on the computer all the time, which back then was a fairly unique experience for someone of my age. Like, there weren't that many computers around. And these are just some more recent works where I've been looking at, I'm interested in things again to do with computing technology, but not using directly the medium of the computer. And so things on the computer, such as like a trash can, these ideas of waste and what happens to digital waste, or what happens to things around the computing experience that don't directly relate to producing content. There's some more, and there's always a link in my mind to sort of this, the computer and technology being a slightly fascist system of control and order, and yeah, so these again, that one's in the show, and this is another one recently, which is a car crash. And I think I'll stop there. I'll stop while I'm ahead. Oh, behind. Okay. Oh, yeah. Thank you. And so, yeah, is that at the front or at the? And then I'll just play a clip because I'm interested in accidents and things going wrong. And I had a couple of really bad rave experiences. I thought I'd just play. Do I just press the space bar? Yeah. Oh, no. There you go. Use the, oh yeah. So I really am bad at technology.
So next up we have Adham Faramoui. And you're on it. Come on. Should we go straight into it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. Just click.
Thanks, Harry. That was a total joy. It's fantastic. Hello, I'm Adham Faramoui. I'm a sculptor. I work across media, ranging from moving image to performance for camera, print, relief, sculptural installation. The piece I've included in E-Vapor-8 is called the Life Proof iPhone cover, and it is an assemblage. It's a two-part sculptural plinth and two monitor-based video works. Here it's installed at a show in London called by the Movie Museum, which was late last year. I don't know that I actually specifically want to talk about my work in the show, and actually I have to admit that I wasn't entirely sure I had anything specifically to say about rave music or the culture. My work uses tropes of contemporary music and youth culture, often as a way to kind of bind content together or place it temporarily, or and of course the electronic dance music forms I've used, if you've seen the show, they reference and have a relationship to rave, but I wasn't sure about a direct lineage. So I started to think through, and I realised I should tell you guys a bit of the story, kind of similar to what Harry and I'm sure many of us will do today. Partly because I think that, you know, as a study day, I think the best kinds of academy have a direct way to relate and be applied to lived experience. But also because some of the material I'm going to show you, it appears as threads and currents in the work I'm making at the moment, but I want you to know I'm very, very embarrassed about most of the material that I'm going to show you. It's nowhere near as that is yours. So this is what it looked like when rave was at its height, which I'm guessing is kind of 1986 to 95. I was too young to engage with rave culture firsthand. By the time I was old enough to go to a rave, Britpop was a thing, and everyone kind of wanted to be a Spice Girl. I did listen to rave music as a child, but only once it hit the charts. So I loved Prodigy and Shaman, and you know that song "Everything Starts with an E" by Easy Posse with MC Kinky. That's kind of what I liked as a kid. I'll show you a bit of this. This is the video for Prodigy's "One Love." This, for me, was an example of One Love is one of the first examples of animation I came across that was entirely produced using a computer. And that really influenced me, because I wasn't a popular kid. TV was a really important thing for me. I learned to use the family VCR when I was about 2 years old, to change tapes of the Arabic version of Sesame Street. A bit later I got into music videos and MTV idents, which once it became important, I realised they were produced by Dara Birnbaum, and it was actually very influential content. But I didn't understand that moving image would become important to me then. I was just a kid with a colouring book. So what I do remember is watching Saturday morning kids TV in the early 90s. There were a lot of shows that focused on this idea of a shifting consciousness, saying that global awareness, awareness of endangered animals, preservation of the environments and eco causes, saving the rainforest, recycling, keeping the air and water clean, were now important, and that these things were somehow tied up with being young, optimistic, and wearing bright colours. And in some way, I suppose that kind of quite deeply affected me. I also used to stay up, late in my room and listen to the local pirate radio stations. They played mixes by DJs I'd never heard of, and and I didn't really understand how they made those sounds, but I was totally transfixed, especially when I came to understand samplings and the kinds of field recordings that led to the development of ambient music as a genre. And I got to kind of thinking about that when I came across the Orb's Little Fluffy Clouds.
What were the skies like when you were young? They went on forever. We lived in Arizona, and the skies always had little fluffy clouds in them, and they were long and clear, and there were lots of stars at night. And when it would rain, it dropped. They were beautiful, the most beautiful skies, as a matter of fact. The sunsets were purple and red and yellow and on fire, and the clouds were just colors everywhere.
So it was these kinds of music videos that seem to have implanted this idea of an ascendant escapist narrative that posited a relationship between technology and some concept of an authentic, natural sublime. So, and like I said, I wasn't maybe the happiest kid, and like a lot of geeks, I got into more and more escapist fantasy. Some of the kids shows that I was really into were things like, I'm not sure if anyone remembers, but it was the Tomorrow People, The Girl from Tomorrow, The Boy from Andromeda. These are all British TV shows and Australian kids TV shows. Kind of this got some stills here. So these TV shows, what's interesting about them in relation to this is that for me as a child, because of their use of basic polygon animation, they seem to have conflated some link between a kind of fantasy, quasi-spiritual, ecologically sustainable alternate space, youth and technology. Show you a little clip of The Girl from Tomorrow.
Alana,
I don't feel like practicing today, Chalista.
put your transducer on. Now, clear your mind of everything but the transducer. Visualize the transducer as a lens and concentrate all your mental energies through that lens. Now focus on the ball.
I can't, there's too many.
You can concentrate. Steady, not so much power. Relax. Good. I'm going to withdraw now. Well done. You see, you don't need me after all. Concentrate. Stay calm.
I'm trying.
Poor Alana. In 1994, I watched a film called the Lawnmower Man, and later also Hackers, which actually Hackers used One Love on its soundtrack. And these movies introduced me to ideas that surrounded the internet and networked culture, and linked technology to fantasies of cyberspace, and the idea that these faraway, brightly coloured eco-warriors that I'd begun to fantasize about existed and could be accessed, but also that they were kind of edgy and dangerous and kind of cool. having said that, I was aware that these were movies, but
A world where the normal course of events can suddenly turn inside out.
I realize, Dr. Angelo, that my intelligence has surpassed yours.
The imaginary becomes real.
Trying to get inside my head, Joe.
You can't hide anything from me, Dr. Angelo. And reality
We have no idea what he's going to do.
is all in your mind. Stephen King. The Lawnmower Man.
And this is a little clip from Hackers, but I'll just keep that on just for the visuals. But so my first real experience of the internet was a trip to a new cyber cafe called Siberia when it opened in the suburb that I lived in 1995. I was 13 or 14, and I didn't understand, what the internet was, what it looked like, or what you're really supposed to do with it. So, I went in, I sat down with my coffee, which I wasn't really allowed at home. I coined an avatar name, and I logged into a chat room that was suggested on the homepage. And I got overwhelmed pretty quickly because I got the gist that the people I was talking to were much worldlier than me, and they told me to stop shouting because I was typing in uppercase. So I was really embarrassed. I had no interesting experiences to share with these people who I imagined were these kind of awesome rainbow warriors living in some remote college campus in America. So I didn't log onto the internet again for quite a few years, but I was hooked by these kinds of images of cyberspace and ideas of the virtual and all the kinds of escapist fantasies that came along with it, including stories of the dot-com bubble. And again, I had this fantasy that there were all these young entrepreneurs being kind of wealthy and working from coffee shops in San Francisco, and that in itself, actually, I'd moved on quite firmly from rave to grunge. But I suppose that the pop chart end of rave music and culture for me served as a gateway to a whole bunch of ascendant escapist narratives and ideologies that I didn't fully comprehend, but that were insidiously affecting the way I'd started to understand things. I'd started fantasizing about immateriality and dematerialization, kind of understood as cyberspace, which for me was an actual space you could inhabit that had no boundaries and that was authorless and genderless. And I always imagined that there was no gravity, so you should, float. So time passes, my family leaves the suburbs, we moved to a seaside town, then back to London. I went to art school, I met a bunch of, great new people, and got involved in the London nightlife. Every night we'd sort of go to nightclubs around Soho, and some of my new art school friends were running club nights in South London, and we decided that there was something missing in these experiences. So we decided to put on a performance night in the back of a small pub called the Joiners Arms in Camberwell Green. We called the night Wow Wow, and this was supposed to be this really inclusive event that was open to anyone, where anyone could have a voice. And we, made friends with. This is something we made at the time, so excuse the graphics. Trying to show you a bit of footage of some of the kinds of wonderful performances we did. For anyone that knows who that is, that's Gareth Pugh and Matthew Stone, just in case anyone in the crowd, Francesca, knows who that is. So we made friends with local people. We performed ourselves. We made friends with local people and tried to get some of them involved. Particularly in my mind, people like Melvina, who was then a 72-year-old female impersonator. That's actually Melvina there. And also next to him is a woman called Ada Lipscomb, who was another septuagenarian performer from Peckham, but she was, mostly known in the area because of her hair beads. So this is again Gareth Pugh's first fashion show there. So we all graduated art school around the same time, and spurred on Matthew Stone and James Barn, forth with two artists. We decided we form a collective of sorts and find squats to move into as a way of carrying on what we'd been studying without having to get menial work that we didn't want to do. And I'm very careful about telling this part of the story because I don't at this point maybe want to advocate breaking and entering as a logical start to a career in the arts, but the laws were different then, and it's what we did. And you know, for us, for me, finding access to all this space, it quickly led us to self-generating projects, including performances and art exhibitions, music events and parties. So we, you know, were very, very open and inclusive in our approach to these things, and we essentially invited anyone with an idea to work with us. We'd go to every party in town, we'd invite people, we'd flyer, we'd use MySpace, we'd use Friendster, which says a lot about the time that we were working in. And we moved into buildings around Peckham in South London at a time when, you know, the area was pretty run down. I'll show you some images of a lot of what we were doing was, you know, dressing up and taking pictures, let's be really honest. But, you can see the kinds of materials that we were producing, but most important really was the co-op building on Rye Lane, which we called Wow Wow House. The building had a nightclub called the Laserdrome, a theatre, a gym that was once owned by Wolf from the TV show The Gladiators, a tile warehouse and a Nigerian church on the top floor. We had saunas, and my bedroom, which I loved, was this big fully mirrored dance studio with kind of sprung floorboards. We had a lot of fun in. We were really open. We did a lot of stuff. I mean, like I said, we kind of hosted shows and gigs and performances in the theatre. Marvin Chetwynd, who was then Lally, did her homage to Michael Jackson's Thriller there. Gareth Pugh, who I showed it performing there, but for those who don't know, is now quite a well-known fashion designer. He set up his studio in a gym, and he started getting a lot of press and attention from the fashion sphere, which kind of meant that it sparked interest in the group from other sections of the press, and we started getting a little bit of attention, and you know, kind of alongside that's Lally's performance there, and Matthew being Michael Jackson, and that was the gym below it there. You know, we got into freeganism. We'd steal boxes of kind of bin produce and host these kind of grotesque banquets where all the food was free. You know, we were into finding new ways of working and living, and we were convinced that by experimenting and exploring and being fun, we'd find a way to live that was kind of more interesting than the one we'd been taught at art school, which was, you know, leave with few prospects, rent a studio, get a part-time job, and work on your art when you can. And actually a great number of us kind of did go on to do the things that we said that we would do. The reason I'm bringing it up in a sense is because we drew on a lot of the ways, a lot of the mechanisms, and a lot of the strategies that groups and crews from Rave, from kind of Rave were using, but also Wow Wow with their use of the word rave to mean nightclubbing, and co-opting of the smiley face were also, for better or worse, a large part of the start of a brief moment in London youth culture called New Rave, which lasted from about 2005 to 2008, but the less said about New Rave, the better, I think. I did get disenfranchised from working with a collective because I found working as part of a group quite prescriptive, but I think that looking back on that time, you know, I think maybe I was trying to live that utopic community that I'd fantasized about as a teen, and I found a way to make that happen in a sense. So there's my smiley, and I won't play. Shall I play One Love again? Oh, shall I play One Love again? Let's go back. Here's One Love by the Prodigy. No, it's not.
When you were young.
I love that.
Do you want that one?
Love.
Okay, for Francesca.
What were the skies like?
See your
when you
little
were
fluffy
young?
clouds.
They went on forever. When we lived in Arizona, and the skies always had little fluffy clouds. They were clear. There were lots of stars at night. And when it would rain, they were beautiful, the most beautiful skies, as a matter of fact. The sunsets were purple and red and yellow and on fire, and clouds would catch the colors everywhere. That's neat, because I used to look at them all the time when I was little. You don't see that.
I'm loath to cut it off. Sorry. That's great. Okay, so I'd like to welcome Lucy Stockton. Okay. So, just going to switch back to the other one. There we go. Okay, just click. Thank you.
Hi guys. Okay, so I think this is quite a good place to start in relation to how I see rave and make work. I'm sure you've probably all heard it, but why not listen again, eh? It's Jamie XX, All Under One Roof Raving, came out July 25th, I think? Maybe June 24th, but what I really like about it is that it sort of feels as though he's waded through the cultural sludge, which is the term that I've stolen from Benedict Drew, and then sort of picked out all of these different facets of what rave has meant to such people in the past 15 years to create something that feels relevant today.
It's not
I think it's really good.
It's here to stay. It's just one of those things. It's just a progression.
Steel drums, brilliant. Okay, so this is more sort of along the lines of the kind of thing that I make, which is using various really old, outdated VJ equipment from the 70s, well, like really late 70s, early 80s, up until today. Anything that you can find at a car boot or incredibly overpriced for these niche collectors on eBay. And what I really like is when you get all of these sort of artifacts and processes which were used once upon a time, and you hook them all up together, and then they all sort of talk differently to each other, and they create their own new weird conversation, because they wouldn't have been able to do that at their own time. In their own time, when they were made, they were looking forward and they were thinking, okay, this will be another really cool way to VJ now, this will be another really cool way to VJ now, instead of looking back and thinking, okay, well, what if we messed them all up together and saw what happened there? Sort of in the way that you would mix and sample music, using the actual equipment to mix and sample. That makes sense. Mm-hmm. So I think kind of this can just run. You can zone out to that if you like. So the kind of stance that I like to take when using multiple different bits of equipment to try and learn about new things is to think of it as history without context, which it's a bit of a sort of devilish statement, but it's kind of nice not to think, okay, so this was important then, this was important then, and to interpret it all on the same plateau for its flaws and for its greatness, to just sort of let it become its own thing. And in a sort of weird way, it becomes less of your own thing because it takes on a life of its own. Technology so often is sort of, you do this, and I want you to do this. And when you can make it reactive and responsive to itself with feedback, it's kind of like having a little digital baby that's not. Well, I don't know. That's sort of how I feel when you start twizzling these knobs and these sliders and then making electric shocks and plugging yourself in, and it all gets a bit crazy, but it's really lovely because you can imagine what you were going to make when you had started that process, and then all of a sudden it comes out for itself, like it has a life of its own. So I quite like that. And also it's learning through experience. It's, you're not saying I want to simulate something that happened in the 80s and recreate it for my own purpose. You're kind of saying, oh, I've got all these tools, and I'm just going to have a go and see what happens with them all. So I don't know, I feel as though it relates to rave in the sense that it's pretty much exactly the stuff that was used then, and kind of the physicality of video, making it trippy, making it more making a visual experience as well as an audio experience for a mass amount of people projected around rooms and all of this. But it's kind of hard to find documentation of it, and also to oh God, what's the word? I don't know, it's hard to find documentation of it. Oh, and also to conserve it, because, like, I VJ'd with this equipment, and by the end of the night it's covered in rum and coke, and it's really sticky and disgusting, and it doesn't quite work the same, which might be some of these flaws that you're getting there, but who knows. So it's like to find out these new ways of them speaking to each other, as I like to say, is sort of a way of almost trying to conserve it. I worked at Lux for a year, which is an amazing video archive, which doesn't get anywhere near enough funding as it should, because it's just incredible. But one of my jobs was to archive all this film and all this new media, and so you'd have these crazy digital pieces, but then also crazy films where they'd drawn into them and really, really played with the raw material of film itself. And the process of archiving that and then keeping it as sort of visual reference points for interesting cultural places it's really difficult. So I suppose what I like to try and do is just make them all collide and bring it all together, so that I've got my own visual scrapbook of reference places. That's right. Which I just kind of think is quite interesting, but I'm not sure if I don't know, maybe it's a bit of a geek out. So yeah, sorry I haven't been quite as funny as everyone else. but I just love crossing over technologies and seeing what happens. Sorry. Oh, shit. Can I show you my favourite? Because this is the best thing ever.
Let me hear some noise.
What's that? Music Nation. Oh no, Dance Energy. He was on the BBC. Who did that? That guy's amazing. I love him. I think it was an intern. Just slide it. How often has he must have been a VJ, how often has the guy actually gone and actually broadcast that sort of level of intensity of editing? Good old BBC. Thanks, guys.
Okay, so next is Reese Corrin. And you are good to go here.
Hello, thank you very much. I used to love Dance Energy. It was on after the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air on a Tuesday, and I saw Nancy in Tesco Metro a couple of months ago buying a chicken Caesar sandwich, and he went, "Sick chicken Caesar sandwich," and then ran out when I was trying to chase him and talk to him. So I've got some videos which are going to basically, when I was 9, for my 9th birthday, my mum bought me a double tape stacker system hi-fi, and the only tapes she bought me were techno tracks. So, but it's because they all sampled children's television, and she thought she was buying me the actual children's television soundtracks, but she bought me, you know, a whole host of wonderful Toy Town techno. So I thought they would probably be better than anything I could say. So we'll watch a couple of those, I think.
5, 6,
Oh yeah.
7, 8.
Sesame Street. So this, she thought she was buying me Sesame Street. And needless to say, I got an undercut haircut about a year after this. I was amazed by it.
How to get to Sesame Street? How to get to Sesame Street? How to get to Sesame Street?
This dance, I could do this dance still, I reckon, as well. Kept asking for chicken feet slippers for birthdays after that as well. So magic roundabout again. I don't know. I made the hand-drawn animations for the installation of the 3 videos that was in the show, and I was looking back at this video the other day, and that the kind of really quick stop frame thing.
Arouse curiosity, prolong an act of sensation with no limits. Pleasures of the highest sense, the ultimate seduction, sensations of the mind, the realm.
This is my favourite one. Trip to Compton, which actually would have been something my mum watched when she was a kid. So she again thought she'd integrate that into stuff I was doing. Completely unaware, no idea. Just in my room on my own, just into this. I actually had a massive crush on the girl from the girl Tomorrow as well.
Fun in the groove, cup the dibble rub. You, fun in the groove, cup the dibble rub. You, dibble rub. You, fun in the groove, cup the dibble rub.
Rhubarb and custard, this one, which is one of my favourite, and kind of where I stole that kind of scratchy fucking animation thing from.
It's all gone quiet, said Custard. Too quiet, said Rhubarb. Rhubarb and Custard fly with their secret weapon.
Not everyone can know this one. So The Prodigy's Charlie, which is a film made to make children aware that strangers might try and steal them from pubs, appropriated into a rave the undermining the serious message. So there we have it, my spread of Toy Town Techno. When Fran asked me to sort of briefly talk about my relationship with rave, I thought I don't really have one, I was too young. Then I realised actually I had one of the greatest introductions to rave that you could ever have, and that's just on your own, listening to tapes, and kind of making posters out of the inlays from the tape players and things like that. But, you know, I was 9 years old and my mum made me like that. That's it, really. You can listen to Jeremy Della talk now.
How's that work?
Sorry.
I'm in the way.
You're in the way. Okay, there you
So
go.
how do you go forward and back?
So just press right.
Okay, I'm just going to
Go
go.
to images and then exit.
Okay.
And then open up the browser.
So, right, I'm going to start with a bit of film, just to put a real down on the whole event. You might know this. Whoops, let's go back. How do I make that start? Oh, here we go. This I got actually from the Daily Mail website, which I always recommend to anyone if you want to get any brilliant sort of anti-establishment information. But just in case everyone gets too sort of idealistic about rave, there's someone in this film that you might recognise, because rave actually does also have a dark side, as you'll see in about 5 seconds. Not him, but we're getting close. That's David Cameron, we think, at a rave. So just let's all calm down before going about this sort of utopian element of rave. But it is, there is actually something quite interesting about, there's also someone called Guido Fawkes. Do you know this person? He's a right-wing blogger. He also organised raves. And there's a friend, a guy called Tony Colston Hayter as well, who's like I think he might have been an old Etonian. He organised big parties in sort of like late 80s, early 90s. He's in prison now for fraud, but again, he was part of that sort of set of people. So it wasn't, it's not all kind of idealistic and left-wing. There's a sort of a strange sort of libertarian right-wing element to rave as well, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. I just thought I'd just throw that into the mix and ruin your Sunday. But I mean, my relationship to rave, I'm obviously of the age where I could have gone to loads of raves early on, and of course I didn't, because I'm a kind of person that misses on everything, and sort of gets into it about 2 years too late. But I was aware of it, obviously, and I was interested in it. And actually, what interested me mainly about it was the way that, for me, it had come after like a very terrible moment in British history, sort of, especially in this part of the world, with the miners' strike, and Margaret Thatcher was still Prime Minister, very much in full power in 1987, 1988, and so it was something after the strike that was a social movement that which was probably the biggest thing since punk. It definitely was the biggest thing since punk, especially a bit like punk. People didn't really understand it. It took a long time for people to understand what was actually happening, me included initially, I have to say. But so you get things like this. This is the very famous Sun. I think it was the front page. It's a very early use of Photoshop as well, where they're actually putting the eyes of people, making them look like there's whites in their eyes. You can't really see it in that, but they actually adjusted the photograph to make people look even more out of it than they presumably were. This is something I did some years ago as a sort of just as in its honour, almost, something to say I'm very glad that it happened. But I'm probably best known for this work, or this diagram, and the work that followed it, really, which was really about how I was trying to make sense of what had happened with acid house music and with the house movement. In about 1996, well, it was 1996, I had the idea for a brass band to play acid house music, and it came about through a conversation, really. But I actually realised that it could work for a number of reasons, and in a way, I was making almost instant nostalgia, because this dance scene wasn't existing as such in '96, but it wasn't that long gone. I mean, and we have endless nostalgia in Britain around music scenes, if you think about it. It's one reason why we're talking about this now, is because people of our generation are now in positions of power in the media, so we can make documentaries about this music and these movements in the same way as 15, 20 years ago. People, there's a lot of things about punk rock, because all the people who are into punk rock became commissioning editors at the BBC and Channel 4. So I think there's a generational element to it. But this was the idea, really, and this is the sort of first thing as an artist that really made me well known. So it's a project I have great fondness for a number of reasons, really. It kind of freed me up from making things like you just saw before, making posters and bits and bobs, and made me realise I could actually make things and do things and work with music and musicians, which is for me, was very important. Also, I had a great love of the music, even though I didn't necessarily go out to lots of big raves at the time. I certainly did a bit later, and I really enjoyed the music, which people tend to forget, but actually the music was fantastic, and it was beautifully made, a lot of it. But for me, this diagram was a way of trying to kind of make sense of what had happened with acid house, but also what had happened in Britain in the last 100 years, and especially the last 30 years, the previous 20, 30 years. And I called it the history of the world, just as almost facetious, really, because it's not the history of the world, but for some people that is their world. This is more or less their world and their world experience. And it was really an attempt to sort of put acid house within some sort of tradition in a way, or that music and music making within a tradition or within a lineage, because it didn't come from nowhere, even though people thought it did when it arrived. I mean, obviously there's a great history about music making and descent and so on, and that's what this diagram is. So really, with brass bands, I've always been interested in brass bands and sort of collective forms of music making and amateur forms of music making, which of course goes back to acid house. The idea of you making your flyers at home or making your tapes at home, that's how a lot of that music was made anyway. So it's actually within that tradition. So I was interested in, and I still am interested in, brass bands and the way that they're made by, the music is made by amateurs. It's a collective form of music, but also it's an industrial form of music. It was made, brass bands happened because of people who often worked in heavy industries, factories and so on, mainly in the north of England. The bands were made often by the proprietors of the factories or the coal mines as a way of keeping people occupied in the evenings, giving them something to do. So you have this very heavy connection to industry, to heavy industry, and of course in the 80s in Britain at least, that means you have a connection to trade unions and to the end of industry. So it's an industrial form of music. Even if you think about a brass band, it's the brass band I work with, even the instruments look like they're from industry, they're like piping from some sort of factory or something. But just going back to the diagram. So you have this idea of the brass band in the north, industry and so on. And as a music movement, it became politicized through the miners' strike, and inevitably. I don't know if I put the return to work there. That was when the miners were defeated. Miners went back to work, and they all went back into their pits in March '85. But they had the brass bands at the front, piping them in, as it were, or playing them in, almost to their. It's like they're going to their death, almost, as in terms of their jobs. But that was a very an amazing moment, sort of musical moment in British history. And in a way, this, like I said, it's like how you chart history for your music. So the brass bands became politicized through the miners' strikes, through Orgreave, which is about 4 miles from here. And Orgreave, of course, was a huge battle in the miners' strike and a point of civil unrest. So civil unrest and media hysteria are in the middle, and of course this being Britain, and of course acid house being a sort of drug-related music phrase, then the media hysteria came very quickly, as that picture before showed. So they really meet in the middle there, at civil unrest and media hysteria. And above, to the right of acid house and above it, obviously you have the sort of history of house music. In my very subjective opinion, obviously we all have different diagrams in our minds about music and how music relates to history, but this is just my one, like I said. So this is the project, but like a lot of music projects, there's a lot of projects with music that are just basically kitsch, and this has an element of kitsch and absurdity and stupidity about it, which is fine, but this for me is the sort of justification for it. This is the meat of it. This is why I could call it an artwork rather than a music project. Because it has this backing it up effectively. What it also showed me that people, the public, the brass band, for example, are actually very into experimentation, and the public are actually not to be feared when it comes to art making. Often the people I find to be feared are people who work in museums and galleries, because they're sort of terrified of the artists, and also they're terrified of the public making art or doing things with artists. Or they seem to be at the time. I think things might have changed a bit. So this is who I rang up in 1996 to see if they'd play acid house songs. I should mention that the project is a brass band playing acid house songs. I should have said that at the beginning. I'm sorry, but anyway, you probably get the picture. And what was amazing was the manager of the band said immediately, "Yes, we'll do it. We'll give it a go, and if it works, we'll do it again." And that's it. And that taught me that actually the public are up for working with artists, and you have nothing to fear really. And the public are much more open-minded than often other people you might expect to be. And that really changed the way I made art, really working with the brass band. They sort of liberated me from making objects and trying to be an artist, trying too hard to be an artist. And this is the reality of it. It's quite interesting because, again, because of the demographic, people who went to those parties are now, you know, they're about my age, they have children, and they go to festivals a lot, because the festival thing has got huge in Britain. And so you get a lot of people who went to those parties running up to festivals with their kids and stumbling across a brass band playing their favourite song from 1989 or something. So the reactions you often get are absolutely out of control. You can't really expect it. So this is something in London, I think. They played Lovebox one year and it went down very well. And this is a kind of similar sort of environment. So that's my real interest really in this movement and in dance music is probably more to do with my interest generally in the way that music really reflects culture or makes it and makes history as well. Now I have two other short pieces of film to show. Hey, you, darling, can you come on? How do I get to show those bits of film? I'm just going to. Where am I? I've finished.
Exit.
Oh, exit, right.
And then if we go down here.
Okay. This is very long. It's 2 hours long. I'm going to show you little clips from it. It's filmed around here in Batley, and it's at a goth club in 1984. Again, it's really like the first little film to show that people didn't start going out during Acid House. People went out a long time before that. But what interests me is the cultural changes of the world. This is should explain. This is a film someone in 1984 and made a 2-hour film in real time about the club and had someone walk around interview goths, but also made a little film about Batley talking about Yorkshire at the time. And there's a great line saying, because people are unemployed, they have more time to go out and more leisure time. But it's an attempt to sort of promote the club, but also promote the town. But I'm going to show you tiny little clips. There's nothing to do with rave.
Nestling just east of the Pennines, in the very heart of West Yorkshire, is Batley. Its situation at the southwest of the Yorkshire coalfield led to its development as an industrial town. Was the centre of the heavy woolen trade and manufactured shoddy long ago.
So, like, this is the I suspect this is filmed during miners' strike, which makes it even more remarkable in a way. And this is an interview with the owners.
Yes, and we're happy with the people we've got in the club. A lot of people don't seem to get on with these kind of our customers, but we're happy with them and we have no trouble with trouble-free. So, well, I thought if you leave them alone that they are trouble-free, and usually the what we call the standard normal time place by picking on them. Yes. And it's the first time I've seen the place, but the building is magnificent. Have you got anything to say about the building outside?
Oh, I'm sorry. Anyway, I'll just go on to a little bit. Do you remember this? Charlie Jew just happened to be in the club.
A few words anyway. So what's this party all about anyway?
It's just
regular
Yes,
customers? Regular customers, and you're giving them a bit of...
In probably 10 years' time, we can look back and say, well, look, that was our club if we're not here then. And
the fashions change, and they can see themselves as they are today.
Well, this is it.
Yeah.
Well, when we came here, we didn't expect anything like this, did we, Chef?
No, I think when the fashion change, we'll be gone.
We'll be dead and gone, you know. Well, Peter's a lot older than us too, you know. I mean, he's knocking on a little bit.
You wouldn't think so, would you?
I mean, I don't know what she sees in older men.
Oh, no, I agree with you.
Anyway. So, you know, in a way, it is funny, but how glad are we that someone actually thought of taking a video camera to a club and spending 2 hours real-time film. I just showed it at the dance floor. Actually, that's really boring. Let's go into it. I think one of the appeals of today is that there's an endless appeal of watching people, especially these proper goths. But it also has, I'm going to go full screen now, it has one of the most amazing final songs that you'll ever see. I won't show the whole thing because it's about 4 minutes long, but we'll just get to it very quickly. It's a spirit festival, by the way.
I'd rather leave on Sunday night, make sure you get home safely. I'll see you next Friday. Daddy was told to go, but her friend is nowhere to be seen. Now she walks through the silent dream to the seats with the clearest view. Then she looks to the silver screen, but the film is a sad call. Now the world is a strong flame. Lanterns on sale again. See the nice and familiar halls. From my deeper to the northern roads. Looking to give us sound to bounce. To my mom and my dog and clowns. But the elements is standing false. Cause I go 10 times or more. It's about to be raised again. As I ask her to move the song the dance hall. Girls keep them young. Cause I think you can take a look at the
Okay, so we're going to have a break for coffee and tea. If you want to, just head out there. It's on your left. Thanks. See you in about 20 minutes. We're a bit early, so 20 minutes. Yeah. I loved it. I'm so glad you picked that. Yeah. Yeah, just down. It's really coordinated. Yes, I'll be
Yeah, but you can see like however long
Yeah, so we've had just the artists from the exhibition first, and they just took some comments on the show and why they're inspired, giving you an adversity awareness they've got. And then Harry, Jeremy and Warren.
How you doing? That was great.
We have many boys.
Yeah, so we've had those talks first, Aaron and you and Winston, and Alice O'Grady, who is a researcher in subculture. She works at the University of Leeds,
Right.
And was a raver a bit herself as well. She's written some really interesting things.
So how long am I supposed to do?
I was wondering, so just 20 minutes or 15 minutes.
Okay.
Whatever you feel. And I've what I needed to do with you is I've put some pictures into slides,
right,
just so there's something there, because you've probably been rushed off your feet, and I didn't want
I can choose some YouTube clips as well.
That sounds great. Yeah.
Have you got Wi-Fi?
Yeah. Let me show you what I've chucked into some slides, because you probably don't want to use them. And then we're setting up a vinyl record player with Winston. Well, we can't really use that one, can we?
I could do it on the floor.
And just set it playing. Would that work though? Sure. Just setting it going and yeah, you're not squatting for that song. Okay. Luke, do you want to have a look at? Here we are. So, right. I literally just ripped some stuff.
Okay.
And if you don't want to use it, don't feel obliged to. That's not going to work. So this, and then I just took some screenshots from like inner pages, but I can get rid of them. It was just an idea.
Okay.
But if you'd rather just show clips and just talk about the book, and you've got the book,
yeah,
so you might want to just read.
Yeah.
Is it the little one?
Yeah, it's a 5.
It's the 5 one. You're the little one. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah. Sorry, this is Sarah.
Hello.
Sarah's the curator at the Site Gallery.
Right.
Okay. Okay, great. Check everything's all right in there. Shall I leave those? Oh, it's gone. I think they're just having a party. Are you just having a party? Yeah. Okay. Good to see. So. This holding page, can that go on the live stream without sound? Yeah, thank you. Do you need it? Is that a deal breaker? Yeah. Shit. Where do you live? Oh no. So why don't we just change the order? When's mine go? Okay, great.
On that channel there.
I think because he's got to go to another edge, I think it might be a bit of a rush, but it actually doesn't matter, I don't think, too much. Like, we're prepared for both, so yeah, let's just reshuffle. Thank you. Yeah, I will. I'll give you a shout. Thanks very much. See you in a bit. I think we're great. Yeah, so we'll get a bit more chance to set that up. Alice, you're next. Yeah, great. Just tell everyone that's what we're doing. But yeah. Unless he's
Hello, are you ready?
Hello? Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Okay. Hi everyone, welcome back. So our next speaker is not Winston Hazel. He's had to rush home to pick up a cartridge for his record player. That's just yeah, there we go. We didn't plan it, I promise you, but there you go. So the next speaker is Alice O'Grady from the University of Leeds. So thanks, Alice.
Thank you. I'm going to try and play the track first, even though somebody's already nicked it. It's okay.
Charlie says always tell your mummy before you go off somewhere.
We'll leave it there, I think. Okay, so my name is Dr. Alice O'Grady. Jane promoted me, I'm not professor yet. And I'm at the University of Leeds, and I am proud to say I probably have the best job in the world, which means I get to go raving a lot and writing about what I do and what I learn about raving. So thanks very much for the invitation to speak here today. They've asked me to talk about myself a little bit, which I'm not prone to do, but I am going to try and do that a little bit today. My research field is underground club culture and interactive performance. When I started doing my PhD, they asked me what I wanted to do it on, and so I kind of thought, what are my two favourite things? Kind of dressing up and playing and clubbing. So I kind of combined the two, really. And the position I take is that I view the underground as a place of creativity. That's my starting point for all of my research. It's a place of strategic withdrawal from the mainstream, a space of oppositional practice, a place to be disorderly, a place of play, and a place of performance. So I write for this publication quite a lot, and I'm editor, section editor for From the Floor, which is a part of the publication that tries to understand the experience of being on the dance floor. So we look at ethnographic studies and field notes from researchers working in this field of EDMC, which is a term I really like, but it comes from the States, which is electronic dance music culture. So we're not only concerned with rave, but also other genres and subgenres that it has spawned. And as I say, it's a desire to understand the dance floor experience, which is notoriously difficult when you're writing, obviously, about dance. So way back in 2006, I formed a theatre company called Floor Space. And Floor Space was set up really to explore interactive performance in clubs. And I started by working with a sound crew actually from Sheffield called Fat Moon Psychedelic Playgrounds. And they did an awful lot of stuff at festivals. So actually my work kind of morphed from making stuff for clubs into making stuff for festivals, and that's really where I'm at today. But I made a series of bespoke performances and continue to do so today, using students, undergraduate students, so they get to come with me to lots of festivals and dress up and play, which is great. A lot of the work is very improvised, and it's site responsive and it's audience responsive. So this one is a tea party. We have Earl Grey tea in that case. We have a butler. We make our own sandwiches, our own cakes. We invite people to sit down and play with us. Some of them are quite tightly choreographed pieces. This one's called Way to Make a Living, after the Dolly Parton 9 to 5 track. And so as a researcher, I observe how people interact with this stuff, audience reaction, and how that operates on the dance floor. But I also get to do it myself. Sometimes I perform in the pieces myself, so I can kind of understand what it's like to be a performer inside that piece of work. And I analyse my own responses and my own actions. Yeah. That work has actually found some quite significant funding via the Arts and Humanities Research Council. I was lucky enough to get about a 2-year project where I worked in collaboration with some colleagues from Leeds Met and Urban Angels Circus, which is an aerial company. We made a huge interactive aerial show that toured to festivals across the UK and Europe in 2010. Again, looking at kind of the environment, the kind of creative environment that festivals particularly spawn. But largely what I do is ethnography. So this is me not very long ago at a party. So me as participant, understanding club culture from the perspective of participant. And at the grand old age of 43, I'm still very much involved in the clubbing community, particularly the psytrance scene in Leeds and Sheffield. And the psytrance scene in particular is very intergenerational. You know, a lot of people were around at the time of rave. And when you go to a club night in Leeds, there is psytrance, you'll see people who are less than 18 all the way to 60 and in top. It has its roots in what was happening in the late 80s and early 90s. I was a teenager at the time rave exploded in the UK, and it's important to realise what else was happening socially and politically. Rave didn't emerge out of a vacuum. It was the time of a hardline right-wing Tory government, mass unemployment, changes to benefits, restrictions on civil liberties, and this resulted in an enormous amount of civil unrest. And I was a teenager at the time and kind of was aware of this, kind of soaked it up on television, I suppose. There were riots that kind of came down the countryside, and as a young child, that terrified me. Dancing and politics have always been intertwined for me, so I just want to stop at a few kind of key moments along the way to illustrate that. So this has been mentioned already. This is Battle of the Beanfield in 19 time. This is when Wiltshire Police stopped the peace convoy that was made up of New Age travellers from setting up a free festival at Stonehenge. They put a 4-mile exclusion zone around the stones, and the peace convoy was stopped by a roadblock. Police went down the row of vans, smashing windows, and these are living vehicles with children, babies, women, men living in them. So some vans crashed through the hedge to escape. They got caught in the field, and there was a standoff, and the police used tactics that they had been trained for in the miners' strike to dissolve the peace convoy. This was a set of people with alternative values to that of the Tory government. They didn't own houses, and most importantly, they didn't pay taxes, and they needed to be reined in, and they were dealt with. And if you go on YouTube, you'll see an absolute frightening ITN video of what happened. I was 14, and it deeply disturbed me, and that is the starting point. Whenever I lecture about this, that is the starting point for me of anything to do with underground or alternative culture. This was the first ever gig I went to. I was brought up in Worcester, and for my 16th birthday, my friend bought me this ticket. I hadn't really heard of New Order, and I certainly hadn't heard of Happy Mondays. My birthday's the 1st of October, and we went on the 3rd, and I was dressed as a goth. I remember being dressed as a goth. I had to take off my my studs around my boots. They didn't allow those in. I didn't really realise how seminal this point was, but I met Bez the other day, and I'm still very, very excited about meeting Bez, and I actually couldn't get rid of him. He just talked and talked and talked. But yeah, so this was a real kind of seminal point in my history. And I saw them again in 1990 when they had become a lot bigger. It wasn't so long between the two events, but actually they'd come a lot bigger. And then I went to university in 1989, and I went to Leeds. And Leeds was a very different place than it now. It wasn't glossy at all. It wasn't swanky at all. It was quite grim. And in 1990, this happened. The poll tax demonstrations happened. And so going to university at a time when student grants were being cut, there was all sorts of civil unrest. I happened to take the train to London on the day of this to go and get my nose pierced. I don't know why I had to go away to London, but I decided that's what I was going to do. I didn't even know this was happening. You're saying about kind of missing events slightly. That was also my story. And I got out at Trafalgar Square into this. And again, so that's a real moment for me. But the fight for the freedom to party got kind of entangled with lots of other different fights that were going on at the time. And then, for my 21st birthday, I went to Goa. And again, I didn't go because there was a party scene. I went because my brother had lived there and said it was great, so I decided to go. And of course, again, just missing things slightly, I went at the end of monsoon when there were no parties happening, which is, you know, very typical for me. But the first song, the first piece of music I heard play in Goa was this. That's why I played it at the beginning of the talk. So I'm sitting in a cafe and this comes out. And, you know, it kind of blew me away a little bit. And Goa was a very, very different place then, obviously, than it is now. It was very, very rural. You didn't get package holidays going to Goa. It was a totally different time and place. But the culture shock I felt when I came back to Leeds was absolutely striking. The other thing that happened was Castle Morton. Castle Morton happened in 1992. It took place 8 miles away from my hometown, and again I was living in Leeds then, so I missed it. Reportedly, anything between 20 and 40,000 people rocked up in the Malvern Hills for a week. This was a clear sign that authorities were losing control, and they had to take extreme action. The Criminal Justice and Public Order Act was enforced 2 years later, with the infamous legislation against repetitive beats that I'm sure you're all aware of. This was the year that I qualified as a drama teacher, and I took up a post in Birmingham that had a really exciting and vibrant techno scene, which I immediately got involved with. I didn't know it then, but this was the point that my life as a clubber and my life as an arts educator would become connected. I would go out to techno clubs and I would see the kids that I was teaching in the techno clubs, and they'd pretend that they hadn't seen me, and I would pretend that we hadn't seen each other. But this place was an incredible, vibrant, buzzing place of performativity and play and creativity, and there was just a disjuncture between those moments when we couldn't recognise that we were both there doing the same kind of thing and gaining something from it. So, why does rave still attract such interest today? Well, for me, it's because there's a particular confluence of politics, partying, and protests that really come together. It was a time when people came together to dance, to occupy space, really important, to question laws, to challenge them, and to take direct action against government and police. It's only 25 years ago, but the UK was a very, very different place then, pre-internet, as we've already heard about today. And it was a place when it felt like things were shifting, that there was a possibility for real change, and that was an incredibly exciting place to be a young person. The rapid growth of dance music in the UK altered patterns of behaviour associated with public dancing. It promoted changes in legislation and altered the ways in which music was produced and received. Matthew Collin, in his book Altered States, The Story of Ecstasy Culture and Acid House, suggests that the combination of dance music and recreational use of ecstasy triggered the most vibrant and diverse youth movement Britain has ever seen. And this continues to reverberate today, as we've seen from the artists talking about how they've drawn influence from that. Matthew Collins says, the scene offered experiences that have changed the way we think, the way we feel, the way we act, the way we live. And I really do believe in that, and I stand by that. At a time when, you know, you couldn't dance beyond 2 o'clock in the morning, where, you know, a city centre was full of fighting, where people stood on the edge of the dance floor and had to get tanked up before they would go in. It was like a cattle market, and the nightclubs were just very, very different places, and they weren't these kind of fun palaces of possibility that had borrowed from Ibiza, that had borrowed from Goa, that had borrowed from the States, and had that kind of real sense of togetherness, I suppose. It's a cultural phenomenon that is imbued with notions of utopia. Andrew Reynolds, I think, calls it a nowhere, no-when place. A place out of place, a time out of time, which is a kind of a liminal space where possibility can happen. There was a belief in genuine democratic collective transformation that could occur on a dance floor. Whether that actually did happen is another matter, but there was certainly a genuine belief in it. And the adage of pleur, PLUR, peace, love, unity, and respect, is a philosophy that was established in the 1980s, but is still there in the underground today. It still occurs. So we've seen this slide already as well today. So this is the problem of going in the graveyard slot. Yeah, this is from the Sun, and obviously the press kind of latched on to the moral panic. But actually before this, they were giving out smiley T-shirts, the Sun, I remember, and you could stick things on your window. And then they had a U-turn and produced this kind of stuff. And they famously got acid house mixed up with acid, as in LSD acid, lysergic acid. You know, they confused the two things. So, you know, there was a total confusion and misrepresentation of the scene. And obviously moral panics happen around drugs all the time, but actually are changing attitudes to those drugs. I mean, there's some far more insidious drugs, research chemicals now, and it's far more ubiquitous than it ever was then, and we should be far more panicky about what's happening in factories in China than we were then, but things have changed. Obviously, the first recorded death from ecstasy was Leah Betts, and that obviously you know, got into the press, and there was a lot of moral panic around that. But interestingly, she didn't die at a rave. She died in her own house, and she died at her 18th birthday, and she wasn't given a pill by a pusher. She was given it by a friend, and she actually died of water intoxication, not actually of the pill itself. But her father was an ex-police officer. So again, all of those aspects combining to kind of, you know, fuel this panic. And so the police were forced to take action, and you can find things on the internet about the way they dealt with breaking up parties and arresting people and smashing equipment, and again using those very hardline tactics where they'd been trained during the miners' strike to dissolve this movement. There's a French economist called Jacques Attali who has some very interesting things to say about noise. And I quote, "It is necessary to ban subversive noise because it betokens demands for cultural autonomy, support for differences, or marginality." And I think that's something that we have to kind of, you know, view rave movements through the lens of that. He also says, and I quote, "It is possible to judge the strength of political power by its legislation on noise and the effectiveness of its control over it." So, you know, the rave movement, you know, the ravers themselves might not have been aware of a political agenda, but certainly politics and noise are very much joined. So for me, the single thing that has curbed the rave movement is that policy has altered to allow for it to occur in other forms. Dancing in clubs beyond 2 o'clock is no longer prohibited. When I remind my students of this, the way things used to be, their jaws just kind of go, "What? You used to have to go home at 2 o'clock?" I'm like, yeah, after having a fight and a kebab. We've heard already some mention of the festival scene. You know, I think that is not a coincidence. That festivals provide the rave experience for those who want it every weekend over the summer, if they want it. You know, there is a rave happening every weekend in this country. And these festivals, you know, they are incredibly creative places of multidisciplinary art forms happening outdoors. You get that outdoor experience, you know, despite the rain, you know, despite the mess, you get that. But it's kind of corralled. It's kind of, well, it's licensed, it's legitimized, it's safe in a certain way, and it's under surveillance. It is monitored, and it's rave that is just monitored rave, I think. Free parties, however, do still and if you know where to go or who to ask, they are still happening. institutionalized. This might be true, but I also think it's found a way of coexisting in a world where attitudes have shifted and policy has loosened to allow youth culture to flourish. Thank you.
Hey?
Yeah. Yes, brilliant.
Oh, can you undo that?
Okay, so we've next got Winston Hazel with a cartridge for his record player. Great. Shall I let you crack on?
Yeah.
Great. Thanks.
Oh, hello everybody. I'm puffed out. I had to bomb home because I forgot cartridge because I changed my bag at last minute. And then there's Eid Festival at Millhouses Park, so we're like, oh no! Anyway, I'm back just in time. Thank you very much for holding the fort. Right, okay. Right, so my bit is about rave, but not in the sense of the word rave. Like, so my experience over a few different generations is leading up to that period. That's what I'm going to kind of try to touch on at the moment. But really, I need about 4 hours to go through this properly with you. So you have to bear with me while I kind of try and stay within the time frame that I've got. I've got a few images, notes planned, so we'll just kind of take it as it goes. I've got a few bits of music as well to give you a musical reference. And later on, obviously, we're going to have like some questions from the floor that you can fill in any gaps for yourself. And also, one of the things that we thought we might do as well is release a sheet afterwards with some reference points and links to different videos and this, that, and the other on the internet that you might want to follow on later. So, one of the things I like to start with is the fact that, from my perspective, I've learned so much over the last 10 years in terms of why a lot of the kind of the scenes before that existed before rave culture, how they muted into what became rave culture and the reasons behind all that emerging and so forth. I wasn't directly involved in rave culture. I was kind of anti a lot of that because we had a lot of things running equally in Sheffield in parallel at the same time. Without any musical tags or anything like that, we had nights that were much more felt a little bit more sensible, for want of a better word. But the music was a little bit more conscious, the selection of music, and it was basically a soulful content with no edges. So the music was able to grow within a soul framework, if you like. So starting back in about 1983, 84, when electro started to come on the scene after the introduction of the first bits of kind of analog to digital equipment, allowing people to experiment a little bit more with the jazz funk framework of music, which is a lot more conventional in terms of its instrumentation. Lots of really interesting stuff started to come out, and what was really interesting for me was I was a dancer at that time. I wasn't a DJ, so all I was interested in doing was dancing. In terms of the music that we're listening to, it wasn't possible to get into nightclubs in order to be able to hear that music, so we ended up having to do lots of parties in different places, generally like wait till someone's having a birthday, and then we'd string up a few bits of hi-fi to make a sound system in someone's front room, and that would be the party. It'd take over the whole house. Parents were involved, food was cooked, it was all night. And that was kind of our existence growing up, really. It was a very black thing, and I think it grew out of the blues nightclub ethos that a lot of our parents brought over with them from Jamaica when they came here. And the kids, we just, obviously, reggae music wasn't our thing. We needed to find our own thing. It was in funk, and that allowed us to kind of then explore a little bit further with a kind of American style of music, something for ourselves, which would later show itself in many different musical forms. So from jazz funk to electro was quite a significant moment for me, because what I'd realised is I came into a scene at an age where, about 83, 84, when jazz funk had kind of had a long time to exist up to that point, and it was still relevant. The scene in the UK was a national scene, but it was very small in terms of what rave culture is now, the national rave scene or the international rave scene. But everybody knew everybody across the country, and most of the major cities had events in certain clubs, certain times throughout the year. So, for example, what existed was the all-day circuit, and that was like the opposite of the nighter scene where the Northern Soul thing existed. The all-day scene happened. It happened on the undercurrent of everyday normal society. An analogy of that would be when my mates used to ask me what I used to be into at school, and I said I'm into funk music. They'd say, "Didn't I mean punk?" So they had no understanding. They had no understanding that anything else existed outside of what was the mainstream. But we had this knowledge that there's something that we could go to once every 3 months at the Powerhouse in Birmingham, at the Hummingbird in Birmingham, Rock City in Nottingham, the Palais in London, what was the Picture Palace on Aberdale Road in Sheffield when it was KGB. Not that I was there then, but that was the venue. And we used to go to these events, and it was a very dressy affair. It was a mixed affair, predominantly black event, with lots of white girls who were kind of obviously bucking the trend of the time. And soul was the thing, and jazz as well. Now, we used to take coaches. Every city used to have its own coach, and used to take it to these all-day events. I used to take the one from Sheffield, and you could easily fill a 53-seater coach, or in some places like Leicester, and they'd get like a double-deckers when double-deckers came out. So this whole thing started to develop about who would turn up in the best-looking coach, and then your posse had to kind of reflect your city's take on the whole national funk scene. Every city had its own selection of tracks that they came to dance to. So, for example, if a certain track was played on the dance floor, all the Sheffield posse would come to the dance floor. They'd have their routine, or it would be the Birmingham lot, or it would be the Leicester lot, or the Leeds lot. Each city had its own different groups of dancers. I'm going to stay away from the word rave, because that's a long way down the line. And its own group of dancers. So you'd have your jazz dancers from Sheffield, you'd have your footworkers, you'd have like the soul crew who were very floaty and like dancing in couples. But one of the things that it did do at these events is there were certain tracks that would transcend anything that everybody was into, which are now a lot of people call them wedding tracks now. Things like Sister Sledge and bands like that. All the kind of popular soul tracks. They were massive at the time. You could get like 500, 600, 700 people all doing exactly the same dance on the dance floor at the same time, and that could happen for 3 or 4 tracks. An incredible experience to watch. Unfortunately, for me, nobody was bothered about documenting any of that stuff, because it was all about the music, strictly music, nothing else. One of our sayings was, we didn't do any of that shit because we were funky men, and and the jazz guys would say the same thing. We're jazz men, and that was it. You didn't stand around taking photographs. You didn't stand around posing. If you did pose, you posed on the dance floor in a circle, and in turns to go in and do that. So the jazz funk into electro enabled my generation and next couple of generations to come into the jazz funk scene and the all-day circuit with our own kind of take on that particular scene. You'd get really kind of up-tempo dance tracks played next to ballad tracks in no particular order, and get ecstatic responses, like regardless of what was being played. So when these events started to fade, as electro started to take over, what happened? Electro came in, then you got your hip hop, then you got your dancing styles changing. It became a little bit more individual and a little more posy as the b-boy scene started to kind of come in and become accepted, and that started to fragment the dance floor because you get these pockets of like big groups of people just watching one person doing skills, acrobatics, whatever people wanted to call it at the time, and that then started to alienate a lot of the women, firstly, the couples, and a lot of serious dancers, basically. So they started to slowly lose its intention between 83 and 85. During that period, a lot of the soul heads kind of retreated back into what I call the black ring of security, which is like you stay in your city and you go to little soul events here where you might get 200 people or something like that, and they stop traveling around the country because you never knew what to expect when you got there. So that kind of left us and the electro crew out on a limb in terms of events that we could go to express ourselves in terms of our new forms of dance. I was still dancing the same way that I used to dance, but breakdancing was then incorporated into the nightclubbing scene. That made it even more difficult to get into nightclubs, to listen to the music that you wanted, because nobody wanted tracksuited lads flailing around on the floor, spinning on their heads, this, that, and the other. So, so that became an art form its own self. I'm jumping about here, so you have to bear with me because there's lots of stuff in between that I ain't got the time to fill in. So that basically made the scene become very fragmented in terms of its following. We lost a lot of the black elements in terms of what was happening on our scene, because electro didn't satisfy a lot of people, but you did get a new following of male dancers like footworkers, fusion dancers. Now, if any of you have seen any of my stuff that I post on Facebook, you'll be able to find links to some of the jazz dancing videos that are available on there. There's not many of them, but one or two that are on there gives you an idea into kind of what it was. It was very specific in terms of electro. It was a bit different to the jazz dancing, but it's more or less along those same lines. So this thing of trying to find somewhere else to fit in then became quite difficult in terms of, like, as in terms of dancing. So that's when I kind of started to get my desire to need to buy the music, play the music, and set up parties in order so that I could dance and my mates could dance. So we did lots of little parties in sheds in back of people's houses and in Sheffield, and unknowns to me around that time there were little things going off in Sheffield that were a bit more retro defined in terms of the music, 70s funk and disco, what Parrot, my friend, was doing at Mona Lisa's, and the Jive Turkey thing that was existed then. And one thing led to another. Me and Parrot met up. He invited me. I invited him to the club that I played at. He invited me to the club that he played at. We started playing together. He was playing 70s funk and soul. I was playing a lot of the new electro and early house that was coming into it. At that point, I'm just going to give you a little reference to the electro that I mean, because the crossover was so subtle. We had no idea that the music was changing to the level that it did change in the next few months or years into like house, techno, etc. So this is kind of at the point where electro and hip hop and house all kind of came together, really. So this track's from 1985. So the Americans have obviously at this point got a grasp of a lot of the digital equipment that was available, drum machines, etc. And TR-303, although it's not noticeable in this, but it's starting to formulate away from jazz funk instruments and instrumentation, but still maintaining a black element, a soulful aspect of it. So a lot of the black movements in the UK still relate to this, and it's really important at that time. There's a video on the internet from Manchester with I forget exactly, a place called Legends, I think it is, with Mike Shaft and All Dayer, and a group called Foot Patrol. We'll give you references to these later on. And on there, it plays the track, and it's a typical example of exactly what was going on around that time. Really important to understand that crossover during that period. Now, remember, this was happening as an undercurrent. Most of the general populace didn't know about the stuff that was going on, and it wasn't outlawed in terms of not being able to play in nightclubs. So there were just one or two places around the country that you knew that you could go to get this. So a great sort of national family that still travelled around the country seeking out these parties. And as somebody referenced earlier, the way that you found out about these was by word of mouth, by a phone call, or you had one person in the city who let everybody know. For example, in Sheffield, on a Saturday afternoon on Fargate, it used to be packed. That's where all the kids used to go. If you wanted to find out about all day what was going off, a party that was going off, or anything like that, you went to Fargate on a Saturday. That's where you got your flyer. That's where you found out the information about what was happening that week or the next week. And other than that, you had no idea what was going on. So, yeah. Yeah, if you do play that on YouTube, make sure you choose the HD version. Much better. Okay, so right, so that's electro, jazz funk to electro, and then we got electro into house, which again was quite a big change as well, and very subtle. You know, something that we didn't really notice changing as such. It was as a dancer still, even though I was playing these records, all that mattered was that bass was dropping and the beats were fresh. In that sense, I mean, it's like, you know, you're hearing stuff you've never heard before that make you improvise on the dance floor without, you know, there's no walls between you and what's happening. You don't think about it; it just makes it happen on the dance floor. That was what was really important. And obviously, the way that a lot of this music developed was not necessarily because people were really clever, musically trained, or anything like that. I think a lot of this stuff developed because people were learning how to use a lot of the equipment during the time, and especially in the sense of like electro and early house stuff. The artists were still soul artists essentially, or jazz artists, just bringing soul music using a different medium and a different format. So if you were a soul head like I was, but you were into progressive music, it was easy to make the connection between a ballad, soul ballad, and something like you've just heard. Okay, another reference to just point you towards when it started to change into sort of house, really on our scene that we all sort of recognise. It says 1986, I think. These are big tracks. I mean, you know, people would do stuff to this that you'd think, gosh, where's that from, you know? And I'm not talking about breakdancing, I'm talking about guys that are doing fusion dancing, a bit like jazz, if you like. Pretty incredible stuff to watch, really, when someone's never heard a track before and the responses that you would get from a dance floor. And they're not doing it very well here.
Music magnetism pulling me to the beat, taking my mind out into inner space.
That's doing no. Always better to have your own sound system when you're doing stuff like. So very syncopated, very formulated style of music. tracks like this in occasions where I played with Parrot around that time, and the time that Jive Turkey started, even though I wasn't a part of Jive Turkey. Matt, who was in the audience with us tonight, was one of the organisers for Jive Turkey. Thank you, Matt. So I started playing the club, and this kind of sound was really resonating with the audience that were in there that had been listening previously to Rare Groove, Soul and Funk, James Brown, the Meteors, that sort of thing. And there was no change in impact on the dance floor when this music started getting played to what had come before it. It was just seamless. Just as it was in terms of like it was just accepted that was just the next level. So we didn't have the mass migration that we'd had within on the Aldea scene, where people just disappeared and you just kind of like left on your own, trying to find a new sort of group of people to exist within. Luckily, I found that most of my mates didn't follow me to it. They kind of disappeared as well back into the black ring of security, which was fine. I just dipped in and out, and luckily, the whole Jive Turkey thing that came out of that at the City Hall Ballroom, which some of you might have seen on YouTube with the video that's been posted, that sort of opened up like a continuation to what had been missing for a lot of those disenfranchised soul heads right across the country. So slowly and surely over the next couple of years, Jive Turkey provided an environment where all the different forms of music could be played in one main room with a specific jazz room attached to it as well, which is exactly how the Aldea scene has existed prior to that. So straight away, you just got this influx of people coming in who were coming for the jazz room, jazzmen from Leeds, jazzmen from Sheffield, jazzmen from Leicester, jazzmen from Birmingham, and it got a national reputation for being what it was, and it was like the last bastion of the Aldea scene, if you like. It crossed over those. It was a sour boundary, I think, and it also allowed the b-boys to express themselves as well, without sort of alienating themselves or other people around them. Jive Turkey was an incredible experience because it was our first baptism into what is now called rave, if you like, although it was our take on it was very different to the rest of the country. Even as somewhere as close as Manchester, it was very, very different. We were very conscious of the music and the selection of tracks that were played. One of the things that Jive Turkey did to me and DJ Parrot as DJs was we had to be really specific about what records we used to play in occasions or in City Hall Ballroom as where it later moved to, because the kids that were coming there knew what tracks were coming in from on import from America and what tracks were big on the UK scene. They knew the titles and they knew the music. So we had to make sure that we facilitated that, as well as bringing to the table new forms of the. It's like a jazz funk centric music, really. We had to keep that moving forward all the time, and that's what allowed it to stay really, really fresh. People didn't want to be hedonistic; they wanted to get their heads down and dance. That was the main thing that we picked up from it, and that was totally subconscious. It's nothing that we thought about; it just existed. So, Jive Turkey facilitated that transition from the Aldea scene into what later became like a big sort of techno house explosion. But we captivated a really mixed audience. I mean, our audience was incredible. If you compare it on the, there's a video on YouTube called Behind the Beat, which is about Jive Turkey at City Hall Ballroom. And you look at it then, but you look at it here, I've got some various bits of visuals that relate to rave culture and the psychedelic nature of it. I'm obviously not going to get around to everything today, but I'll just flick through some of these things anyway, as I point out different things. There's that track there, Donny the It, was a really massive track around the changeover into house from electro, and that particular label, DJ International, was massive for us. So we were very specific about the types of music that were getting played in Sheffield, and me and Parrot would just, there's only one thing that we had edges for, and that was the music that we played, and it stopped at a point. We kept it within that solid soul framework. There's a Forge Masters. Right, so Jive Turkey, here you go. Is a typical example of what Jive Turkey looked like in its heyday at City Hall. You can see the difference there compared to what became the norm for house clubs, if you like. I mean, Jive Turkey wasn't specifically a house club, but there were loads of clubs that around the time, Hacienda included, that had nothing close to this sort of mix of a crowd. And it wasn't just a black crowd, but we did have our fair share of a black audience from all over the country. On the left there, that guy dancing, he's in the jazz room. That's how bad that jazz room was. You know, people, that was their mecca for quite some time. There's Parrot above that Tracks record there with his, DJing as well. Another shot from the jazz room. The main hall above the Jive Turkey logo there, which I think were, if I'm right, I think did we have problems with that, Matt? The logo with Warner Brothers and the rabbit? No, we're fine. Okay. Anyway, great logo. So there's Graham Park. Yeah, Jive Turkey, massive influence, and it allowed Sheffield to keep its own identity as well when everything else around it was changing. And we all knew about it. People in Sheffield knew about it, but there was no desire to look further afield for hedonism. Obviously, some people went off in search of everything else that was going off, but Sheffield maintained true to its original form, which was soul, basically. Okay, so out of that, Jive Turkey, obviously, we weren't allowed to escape the fact that house music and techno had become really, really big right across the country. We had to play our part in that, which is not a problem because we'd already started doing it. We had, you know, in this particular environment here, you know, you would have people dancing to soul music and then going off exactly the same way, ecstatically to a house track or a techno track. 3 minutes left. So I'm just going to play another example of the house tracks that we were playing around the time. In fact, I'm going to play you from what I was going to finish off with, but this epitomizes the kind of soul ethos, the acid house experience, and the techno experience that we had in Sheffield. And we would have those same dancers dancing to this as we would have dancing to big ballad soul tracks like by Rufus and Chaka Khan. Oh yeah. So I'm running out of time. Like I said, I need about 4 hours to go through this because I haven't started on the music. Yes, I mean this track and that picture just go hand in hand. It would be hard to believe that nowadays if you look in terms of like acid house culture and rave culture and two things together. The demographics changed massively. Not that that's a bad thing, but that's what we had in Sheffield that was very different to the experience that a lot of people had in Manchester and Leeds and across the country. And we maintained that for a long time, right up to about 1990, I think, 1989, 1990, with the emergence of like the Sheffield sound, which was the warp sound, which started to develop in 88 into 89. And yeah, I mean, Jive Turkey had lived its day by then, unfortunately. It still continues in a different party form, in a different guise, and in terms of its ethos with cabal parties, but you know, they kind of Sheffield's never lost its inward-looking. What's the word? Inward-lookingness, if you like. It stopped it from becoming bastardised like the rest of the country, and I'm really grateful for that. It allowed us to kind of experiment really well within the soul framework and keep something really solid that didn't run away with itself, basically. So yeah, on that, I think I'll just call it a day because we've got some.
You know about the sound switch, yeah. Great. I know, look at all this we just missed. story. Okay, so our next speaker is Luke Bainbridge, who actually wrote this book that was published quite recently, The True Story of Acid House, which we've got in the shop back at Site Gallery if you're interested in getting a copy. And Luke just came over from Kendal Calling Festival, and it was chucking it now in rain, and it was a bit of a nightmare for him to get here, so we're really glad he made it. Yep, okay, Luke, you ready? Thanks.
So, as Jane said, I've just written this book, well, actually about 18 months ago, Acid House, The True Story. This came about because I used to do a magazine called The Observer Music Monthly, which came free with The Observer once a month. That's why it's called The Observer Music Monthly. And in 2008, which was the 20th anniversary of you know, the Summer of Love, 1988, I did a big piece for The Observer where I went back and interviewed a lot of the leading protagonists from Acid House, most of the main DJs, but also some of the promoters, a couple of the drug dealers and stuff. And I just felt that I wasn't really scratching the surface, really. And I just felt there's so many stories there that hadn't been told. And a lot of these people had never got the chance to tell their story. And I also thought that a lot of the stories are out there. The perceived story of Acid House in the UK was wrong, really. I mean, a lot of what Winston was talking about, the fact that it didn't just explode in 1988. There is a whole backstory there. And this idea that four people, Danny Rampling, Paul Oakenfold, Nicky Holloway and Johnny Walker, went to Ibiza in the late summer of '87 and brought this music back is just bollocks, quite frankly. So I wanted to, in my own little way, you know, rectify that, and people like Winston and Parrott and Greg Wilson, Mike Pickering, all those sort of people who were the really originators, to give a chance to tell their kind of side of the story. So I'll read a couple of extracts from it. So what I did is I went back and interviewed just over 100 people, everyone from the lead characters like Sean, Ryder, Bez, but also some of the lesser known people, promoters, and also some of the dodgier elements of the scene. So this is the introduction that kind of hopefully explains where I was coming from with the book. The summer of 2013 marked the 25th anniversary of the zenith of Britain's last youth culture revolution, the explosion of Acid House, which became christened the Second Summer of Love. A quarter of a century on, it's clearer than ever that Acid House was UK's greatest music revolution since the birth of rock and roll, a seismic, explosive movement which changed the face of music and youth culture irrevocably. The arrival of a new music and a new drug fueled the biggest youth revolution since the 60s and altered the cultural landscape forever. Forget punk, forget grunge, forget everything. Acid House was the most spectacular and dramatic youth movement. I mean, you can argue about that, and I've been arguing about it for the last 25 years. And I had an argument in Kendal Calling on stage yesterday with John Robb, who some of you might know, who would put forward the fact that punk was far more important than Acid House. But I would argue the fact that Acid House delivered on what punk promised in the end. And punk was actually just only a few hundred people, really, whereas Acid House was, it's completely egalitarian. And within a few months, you had, 10,000 people in a field in Blackburn, and you didn't get that with punk. I think the Sex Pistols never played to more than about 150 people. So, unlike punk, Acid House transcended class, race, geographical and cultural divides. Strangers and soulmates, black and white, straight and gays, girls and boys, north and south, football hooligans and doctors, cops and robbers, students and scallies. Acid House was truly egalitarian. It was also one of those moments of paralysis, happened perhaps once in a generation, where barriers seemed to fall. Within little more than 6 months, the scene had gone from pockets of queued-up clubbers to a national-wide explosion and warehouse parties holding 20,000 ravers. For a while, the weak became heroes and everybody felt love. Every generation is desperate for something to call their own, something their parents don't understand. But Acid House was so new that your older brother didn't understand it, let alone your parents. The established industry had no idea what it was dealing with, and those who couldn't keep pace with the rapidly changing times looked and sounded like dinosaurs. It's the closest thing to mass-organised zombiedom, frowned DJ Peter Powell. I really don't think it should go any further. But Peter Powell couldn't have been more mistaken. The acid house revolution, which started in basements, warehouses, railway arches, and in fields, and in one case, in the case of Showroom, a subterranean fitness gym, are much, much further than even the most evangelical early devotees could have imagined. It changed the social and cultural habits of a generation and every following generation. And it changed the fundamental notion of a night out in this country. It challenged authority, prompting Parliament to pass new laws aimed at curbing the revolution, and the police to establish a new unit dedicated at stopping unlicensed parties. Acid House was the perfect storm. It was a shattering collision of a new technology and a new drug, combining to produce a new musical and an evangelical youth movement which swept aside everything that had gone before. What I was going to show you is some of the music that I was talking about there. Can I get the on the YouTube?
We didn't preload anything, did we?
No.
You just,
So just tap in there.
Yeah.
This is a video which Winston actually mentioned before. This just shows you the whole notion that everything arrived in '98 is just nonsense. This is in Mossad in '96. I just knock it on a bit. It's the track you were playing before, yeah? And I'll tell you one of the tracks of the same year. This again is 1986. It's a band called T-Coy, which is Mike Pickering, who's a DJ at the Hacienda, and Simon Topping. And I would probably say this is the first British acid house record. Not this. This is definitely not the first British acid house record. Latin house on the front, because Simon Topping by this stage was living in New York and going out to a lot of Latino clubs. So this track is 28 years old now, and to me it just still sounds fresher than anything. So you get the idea. So I was going to just read a couple of extracts just to give you kind of a flavour of the book, really. And this is this is Sean Ryder talking in the late summer of '87, when the first proper batches of ecstasy began to arrive in Manchester. Summer of '87, that's when everything changed, really. That's when life suddenly went black and white, from black and white to Technicolor. That's when I first had the E. It was Bez who gave me the first one, predictably. The first one we got were these little white ones. They didn't have anything written on them. They came from a French guy in a gay club in Amsterdam. One of our lot used to buy some weed off him. And one night he gave my pal this pill to try, and it knocked him off his feet, so he brought a few back to Manchester in a tube of toothpaste. I'm pretty sure they were the first E's to arrive back in Manchester, that tube of toothpaste. One tube of Colgate changed everything. People bang on about the Sex Pistols gig at the Free Trade Hall in Manchester in 1976, and how there were only 40 people there, and how it changed everything. But when we first had the E, there couldn't be more than about a dozen of us. There was me, our kid, Bez, Big Minnie, Little Minnie, Muzzia, Platty, our Matt and Pat, Cressa and Eric Barker and a couple of other kids. We were the only ones with the E at the time. No one else had a clue what was going on. The Eric Barker he talks about was, he's the brother of Andrew Barker, he's one of the members of 808 State. He put on a lot of the first raves in Manchester. And as you were saying before, the reason those first illegal raves happened was simply because the nightclubs are shutting at 2 o'clock. And all these people, obviously full of ecstasy, they don't want to go home. So that's the simple reason why those first parties started, because there was nowhere else to go. So yeah, this is Eric Barker talking about when he first initially. I didn't dive straight in. I wasn't normally one for to be out of control. Eventually, I decided to give it a try, and someone gave me half a Californian sunrise, and that was it. All was off, and I was up on a podium with my arms in the air. There must have only been about 15 of us at first in our little corner of the hacienda. God knows what the rest of the club thought. People must have wondered what the fuck we were on. It was like a zoo, and we were the exhibits. I've no idea where the dancing styles come from. This is the thing. Dave Haslam says to me that people didn't know how to dance to this music at first. They were just like, "What do we do?" And what do we wear? People didn't know what to wear. So you saw the change when people just started to wear looser fitting clothing because they were simply because they were sweating too much. This is Eric again. I've no idea where dancing styles came from, but we all had our own little mad styles from the start. Obviously, Bez had his own unique style. I'd always been a dancer anyway, since my sister taught me to dance to Motown when I was 10. By the time Acid House arrived, I'd been going out in for 10 years, and I'd always been dancing, but never with my hands in the air. I mean, who did dance with their arms in the air before ecstasy? No one in Manchester, I'll tell you that. But when the ecstasy arrived, all of a sudden you felt your hands rising up in the air while you were dancing. You couldn't help it. Within a few months of first taking the E, for some reason they all call it the E. Never say taking E, the E. Within a few months of first taking the E, I was wearing silk pyjamas and a vest of the hacienda. The pyjamas came about because your jeans would just get soaked through with sweat. It got so hot, everybody looked like they'd been on fire when they walked out of the hacienda at the end of the night. There was just steam rising off them. So I started wearing silk pyjamas because they were just a lot cooler and better for dancing. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but honestly, looking back, I must have looked a bit strange walking through town on the way down there. So that's just a couple of extracts just to give you a bit of a flavour, really. I think I just mentioned the fact that very quickly Acid House became a folk devil, really. It's the sociologist Stanley Cohen who did a landmark study called Folk Devils and Moral Panics, which was really talking about the creation of the mods and rockers. And he explained how certain groups of people throughout history become the focus of widespread fear and suspicion, usually informed by rumour or ignorance, which is utterly out of proportion to any danger they might propose. A moral panic then ensues regarding the perceived folk devil. And like mods and rockers and punk rock before it, Acid House became a true folk devil. I mean, you mentioned before about the fact that a lot of the early press reports of Acid House in kind of late '87, early, into the summer of '88, were kind of quite gentle, really. You mentioned the fact that the Sun was selling their own smiley face T-shirts and stuff, but it just changed dramatically with the first ecstasy deaths. It then became, the folk devil, and it was Jeanette Mays was one of the first ecstasy deaths, and her parents. She died on late October 1988, and on Bonfire Night 1988, a week after her death, her parents symbolically burned her flares and her smiley acid house T-shirt because they just thought they were absolutely evil. So that all changed quite quickly, really, and we saw the headlines before they were showing about the evil acid house parties, and all that did is it just made it explode even further, because if you were 17 years old and you hadn't been to an acid house party, then obviously reading these press reports, it just sounded like the best thing ever. So if I just kind of, to draw it to a close, really, is why I wrote the book now, really. I think that it's now just over a quarter of a century since acid house first exploded in the UK. And I think its impact is more prevalent than ever. I just think, it's, if anything, it's got more stronger, its influence, rather than died away. It's really influenced everything from fashion to film, television to interior design, and it's redefined our fundamental notion of a night out, really. I mean, a lot of nightclubs, with a few exceptions before acid house, were horrible places with sticky carpets where you went to hopefully meet someone of the opposite sex, or to have a fight with someone of the same sex. And acid house, revolutionised it and changed those discotheques back into what they were supposed to be all along, which is places to dance. My parents grew up in the 60s. I don't think they've ever gone onto a dance floor on their own to dance. People just didn't. But I mean, everyone of my generation does that. And I think going back and speaking to all these people, I mentioned a bit before that when I was, sorry, I've just lost my thread there. The one thing that's remained the same, meeting all these people 25 years on, that sense of community is still as strong. Many of the friendships that were struck on the dance floor exist to this day, outliving some marriages and jobs. Acid house was such a departure from what had gone before, both musically and socially, but it felt like a clean slate. And for almost all of those who experienced it, the second summer of love has influenced their lives to various degrees. Many ravers found a way to make a living out of the culture, not just DJs and promoters, but graphic designers, fashion designers, or in some more illicit cases, drug dealers. Some people have moved on, but some have struggled to move on, but all of them hold that moment dear. And for many, the acid house peak is a high they'll never match. So I think I'll leave it there.
Artists, shove on. And we're going to start with talking with the artists, and then we're going to get Winston and we'll join. Right, kind of, well, open up to questions to the audience for Jeremy.
Yeah, but like after a little bit.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. All right. Obviously, we're all going to speak a bit loudly. I don't know if that tiny little orange microphone is going to capture all of us speaking. But hey, let's go. Oh, we've lost Harry. Where's Harry gone?
You don't want to know.
He's peeing, isn't he?
Yeah.
Sorry. Harry will come in midway through. We'll get Jeremy early when we're here. Cool. Okay, well, firstly, for me, I'm going to focus on the art side of it before we widen it out onto the wider cultural references that are part of all of this. Because I think it's very interesting looking back at that history-based stuff and seeing how it's been interpreted. I suppose one of the things that I think Jeremy's piece, his presentation showed really well, is our fascination with how we access this information, and particular our relationship to the internet, and why we are so fascinated with looking at, in particular, dance imagery online, but also the idea of some kind of countercultural base, the idea of this kind of discovery. And I kind of want to know why you think we find that fascinating, and how you all think this is influencing your practice.
Well, in terms of I'll talk about dance thing. I think it's because there's a sort of basic human interest when people do things. And it probably goes back about 50,000 years when people started dancing, and I think it's just we're just interested when we see people moving in those ways. So it's a sort of almost something from our deep sort of past, basically, that makes us interested in seeing that.
And do you think? Oh, sorry, is that better? Sorry, are we really echoey? Is it very echoey? Is it me? I feel like we've got feed. Or maybe it's my voice echoing. Anyways, do you feel that that kind of internet archival research thing has influenced what you all do as artists? Because I think I can see that there's obviously references and searching throughout things.
It influences how I dance.
Yeah, you dance very well.
The Foot Patrol videos, something I like to watch before I go out. Those two guys, the three guys at the beginning, and Soul Train as well, and Dance Energy. You know, make sort of see how people are dancing then. Which then obviously I make a lot of work about dance floors and that, but mostly the archival element just influences experiencing that culture now with that history in mind and those dance moves in mind.
I mean, yeah, Harry, we were just talking a little bit about the influence of like archival dance imagery and but also the idea of the internet as kind of an archive of way of tapping into a moment of time we don't live in anymore. And I wanted to know if that's something that influences what you make.
Not directly. Not directly is the short answer. Well, I mean, it's clearly in my. I don't know if this is working. Is this actually working?
Yes.
All right.
Now you have to put your lips up to it.
All right. Yeah, in the way I think about art in relation to culture, you know, it comes from that rave ethos. I suppose when I was first making art, it was in a community context, and it was sort of reflecting against the mainstream culture. So, yeah, the work I make now definitely reflects that, but I don't tend to draw directly on that imagery, I'd say.
Was part of the reason why I came up with the idea of the show in the first place was looking at work like Lucy and Adhams, and Reese's to an extent, and his love of the Prodigy as a child, and being aware of how it seemed to fit it, that kind of use of defunct technology, so fit, and that kind of aesthetic, and even the color palette seemed to fit in so well with that moment in time, even if it was unintentional. Was that, how do you feel about it? Do you see that connection, or is it much more of a subconscious thing that just was resonating again, those kind of colors and glitches? And
Well, like Adam said, everything that we would have encountered when we were 8 through to about 12 was that colour. All those colours all look like that. You know, like the Memphis room at the Postmodernism show at the V&A a few years ago felt like being in the Going Live, like children's television set. You know, and it was like an ambition of mine growing up to be on that show, and it felt like, you know, I was with this kind of Italian Anglo sort of design thing. You know, it just seems like everything looked like that, and that sort of the way that sort of postmodernist thing just became completely, it was everywhere from when we were growing up.
I think, yes, certainly for me, I'm most definitely interested in exploring the interfaces of the archives, and I suppose that sometimes I set myself up as resisting the mediation as much as being informed by it, in that I talk a great deal about the points where the work dematerializes and then rematerializes and insists on its own physical presence, and thinking about the body as a site of primary sensual experience. So yeah, maybe there is some sense that that kind of archival dance footage does inform me.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to go on a bit of a sidestep for something again while Jeremy's still here. We were talking about the political nature of this period in time, and I think Alice touched on it as well, the idea of rave coming out of a moment of dissent and then reflecting it and then being controlled and commodified, and basically also looking at how that period in time itself has a sense of utopian politics, but also at the same time became quickly capitalized. And I just kind of wanted to know what your feelings were about that, and what do you think some of the pitfalls were, and did anything positive come out of that period in time, do you think, in terms of the political nature of it?
That's a big question.
Sorry.
I don't think I'm a spokesperson for that generation necessarily, but it was. I think it was inevitable that it would be capitalised upon. It just took a bit longer than things now. It takes like 2 weeks to capitalise on youth cults or whatever music, but it just took a bit longer, didn't it? Because it just wasn't clear to a lot of people what was going on, which was great. But what's come out of it? It's good. Again, I imagine there's still a big free party thing going on. There's a huge one in Croydon recently. Unfortunately, some kid died basically. But there's still, I think it's funny. I gave a talk at the Tate about this to a bunch of people who basically weren't born when all this was happening. But there's a huge interest in people, I'd say between 19 and 22, about that moment in history or in time, whatever you want to call it. And so they're looking back on it in the way that I look back on the Beatles, and they're interested in the Beatles. They're interested in acid house. And so I imagine there's a resurgence in that interest now, and you can see that in popular culture, you see that in dance music, you see it in America as well, definitely. So the legacy is still there in that respect.
Do any of you think that in terms of when you've been looking at and referencing that, are you aware of the kind of political nature of it, or is it much more do you find the political nature of that period in time, or is it much more kind of the hedonism, the pleasure, the freedom that it seems to embody?
They're not mutually exclusive. The pleasure and this idea of hedonism are very much a political tool. They were then, they are now. Mm-hmm. What we lived through was the moment where it became stratified. It's become like the idea of using pleasure as a political tool is now something you can buy. Mm-hmm. That's the thing that we lived through as a generation, I think.
So basically, the idea it was already a product by the time you were being handed it anyways.
No, but at least I was witness points of it becoming that. Mm-hmm. You know, being the last generation who remembers a time before online culture.
Mm-hmm. Almost every mobile phone advert has a rave scene in it at some point. A lot of young, good-looking people in slow motion, just with their hands in there doing this, and there's a phone somewhere in the shot. It's usually mobile phones, so it has been totally co-opted in that respect. But I remember on the student demos.
But also in the other way around, exactly, the student demos, there's no way to get outside of that, because those technologies and the ways that they disperse information are the only way to resist. So it's become a quite solid,
strange relationship. But I remember the student demos about 3-4 years ago, there was a lot of music at those. Mm-hmm. That people had little sound systems and so on. So that was interesting to see.
It's very interesting for me that the idea of music being a form of resistance against authority, I find that really interesting, and I think that's something, because to be honest, politically, resistance against authority is getting increasingly marginalized. I mean, if you see the Occupy movement in its British form lasted a pretty short period of time, considering it was quite small, and it was totally and utterly derided by the press and the media, and it led to quite draconian ranks. I mean, we're still dealing with the aftermath of all of that, with people, you know, the Mayor of London wanting to bring in water cannons and that kind of thing. So we're still living in an increasingly politicized, you know, reaction to what seems quite dramatic for the idea of sound or resistance.
Couldn't it be argued that this has been going on for a millennia? It's a new generation that's evolving, and I'll give you an example of with modernism and the advent of modernism combined with prohibition and the music of the time, the Charleston, that being dominated by a younger generation, and the older generation, the authority, if you want to put it that way, trying to stop it. And the same thing happened in the 50s with rock and roll. And the authorities, the older generation, wanted to stop rock and roll. It's kind of just a continuous...
Well, I would argue there's actually a difference, because obviously you read something like John Savage's Teenage, which is an incredible book, and Matt has made an amazing film of it, which I really recommend, which looks at the advent of the teenager from the late 19th century up to 1950. So you're looking at the concept of youth and how that develops as a result of the industrialization, and how that changes, and how even as a demographic that exists. What I think's different about the legacy of this period in time, which is why I was interested in doing this in the first place, is because for me it became much closer to, let's say, Charterism, or closer to the miners' riots, or closer to something that was actually more directly political. And maybe because that's apart from going out raving in Sheffield and going to Leeds and Yorkshire at a certain period in time, what I found interesting at that moment in time is actually you get much more of a crossover between politics itself and pleasure, as opposed to, we want to just party, we want to rock and roll, you know, it's about our freedom to have fun. Actually, I think kind of moved over into something else. Mark Harrison, who's not here, who I really wanted to speak, but who's in Marseille at the moment, he's one of the founders of Spiral Tribe, intentionally from the very beginning in that free party movement wanted to be actively political. So it was, and even you can hear it in the sound of the music, it was always a very political lyrics, and for the revolution, that kind of thing. The concept of having, it was almost kind of cult-like, the idea of having a politically led system. So actually what I find interesting, and the reason why I think the government had particular resistance to things like Castle Morton and to that period of politics, is because the music was entering a much more political zone than it had done for a century. It was crossing over. I don't know if Harry agrees with that, because obviously you had the Mutoid Waste lot coming from the UK over to that.
The Melbourne rave scene, I guess it went around the world, didn't it? The Battle of Beanfield was something that those guys would always drone on about after a couple of hours, and I had no idea. I just wanted to have a party and make some art and meet some chicks. But meeting like Robin Mutoid was a really, it was the first time I sort of realised what had happened over here, and that all of us joining together was a sort of political statement to make a free space away from that mainstream culture. But when they brought in that law, what's the law called?
Criminal Justice Act.
Yeah, is that like the only time a government's brought in a law against a musical?
A specific
genre.
It defines a specific genre.
It was very much an extension of the poll tax riots. Well, weirdly, I know someone who turned up then, picked up a brick on the ground and got put in prison for 2 years, just by sheer coincidence. So, but it was very much...
That's what I would have said if I got caught with a brick, to be honest.
But I think it was very much an extension of that. It felt very much part of the same period in time. It didn't feel that, and the way the newspapers treated it at the time was very connected.
It also had the Criminal Justice Act. I think it also had laws within it about picketing, secondary picketing. So it's about lots of things of public control of public spaces.
Yeah, I heard that Battle of Beanfield, that the festival that was going to happen that time was like the 12th year or something, that it had continuously happened in that space, and that there was worries about when you do something for 12 years repetitively or hold an event, it can then become a legal space. So like they're worried that Stonehenge would possibly, legally, they'd have to have these free parties every year.
Well, that must be due with like laws connected to squatting rights, etc., which obviously at Hamad, his wow period, were just getting through before the idea of, when there was very different rights connected politically within this country around all of that.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm also going to say if there's any questions specifically for Jeremy before Jeremy goes, this would be a good time. So feel free to wave. Go for it. What did he say?
It says war is over. And the bottom it says if you want it. It's John and Yoko. It's a song by John and Yoko. Yeah. It's not Catholic.
Did he change your life? That question.
Did you know that thing? Yeah, that poster. Up to a little bit. That's a poster in the show. It says, "Did he change your life?" And it's the big smiley. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah.
Okay, because we're live streaming, so you speak, Mike.
Yeah, so about the post, you've assigned the smiley agenda, haven't you, really? You've called him a he. You've assigned the smiley agenda.
Assigned it?
Yeah, you've called him a he.
Oh, sorry.
No, I just wondered if that was a deliberate thing. Or...
The original title was to be said in a Cockney accent, so it's "Did he change your life?" It's just a way of making it, which we didn't put in the show.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a bit of a play on words. I'm sorry to do that, to change it.
Well, actually,
very sexist.
DE. Sorry.
Hi, Jeremy. I'm interested in the artistic paradigm. So, like, the artist is everything, the work is nothing. I wondered what you felt about that in terms of how you conduct your film. Like when you want to make a film with a specific group of people, do you become less of an artist, or do you feel like?
There's the microphone. Let's just get. Oh, really? This one works. Okay, you can hear it.
Do I feel less of an artist or more?
Yeah, when you're like working with the community in your films.
Right.
Do you believe that the work comes?
Well, it should be more important, shouldn't it? Otherwise, you become one of those artists.
Your like agency, like your impetus to work and create, how you feel. whilst making work.
You want to sort of disappear in a way, but of course it's your work, and here I am talking about it. But you want the work to be forwarded in yourself.
So I'm also interested in, like, it seems like people like you worked with had such a good time. Like the Manchester Carnival particularly was.
Yeah.
They seem to be like becoming more and more creative as this
Well,
thing
thank you.
takes form. Like,
They're creative already. I mean, that's the thing. It's just I don't know what to say really. You want to look people in the eye at the end of doing something. You're not embarrassed with what happened. There's a tendency. It could.
I think they all were addressing the role of women within club culture, wider sense, but also the idea of performance and the
the people, the DJ became the star, and I think you have to be quite nerdy to be a DJ, to be a good DJ, and I just think that more men are a bit more nerdy. I don't know if...
I don't know. I've been DJing since 1995, so I'd obviously maybe I'm just really nerdy.
No. I'm saying there was some great female DJs, but I just think it didn't interest us.
I think I just don't think that the platform's set really for women to be able to express themselves in that way. And I think a lot of the music that was getting played at the time probably worked on the dance floor, but not necessarily in terms of like being able to take it forward into like a DJing context. There's probably not the continuation of lots of other stuff that they wanted to be able to play. And also, I think it was very fast becoming quite pigeonholed in terms of what music was getting played. And from my experience, a lot of women that were into music liked eclecticism, and it had to go through that that kind of pigeonholing of music for it to come out of that, in order for it to become a little bit more accepted for women to take it up as a form of expression, if you like, through DJing. So I suppose that probably has a lot to do with it.
I mean, Alice, obviously being a woman as well and researching this subject. Oh, I'm gonna. Sorry.
No, I was just going to add that I think at the time as well,
Hang on.
the music, the women were very much at the forefront of the kind of records. So a lot of the music at the time, from probably 86 right through till 92, whatever, you get a lot of strong female vocals, people like a diva, very strong feminist characters in the music. So as lads, you know what I mean, we used to go out and dance to all them records. It was all very female vocal oriented.
Though interestingly, largely produced by men.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying that from my perspective, you know what I mean, I can remember going to City Hall Ballroom and following Julie Stewart and Ruth Joy around the dance floor as a bloke, you know what I mean? I'm just saying that, you know,
yeah.
they weren't all blokes.
Yeah.
I was a woman, I was at that party at the same time, so I was a regular at Winnie's Club. And the thing that's missing for me, and the thing I'm struggling with because I'm not an artist, is how you're talking about referencing a scene. I was in the scene.
Yeah.
It's all about the moment. It's all about the energy, what happens on that floor, what happens in that community. And somebody, I can't remember who, talked about, I think it was Luke, about the way we stayed friends and we stayed communities. And there's people in this room that I know through those scenes. And women were that party. There would not have been a party without girls on the dance floor, making those shapes, attracting the boys, you know, just bringing the energy. So there's something in there for me about the way we created that. That was our creativity. I was desperate to DJ. I was scared. I couldn't. It was the 80s. Do you know what I mean? I was a feminist outside the dance floor. The minute you got in the party, you couldn't do it. It was a boys' club. He runs record labels. They're still boys' clubs. Do you know what I mean? I'm putting he, you know, he's not. But that, you know, it was true. They were scary things, and it was pre DJs being that cult. It wasn't the superstar DJ. Winnie and Parrot were our friends. Do you know what I mean? We watched them doing those things. We were just so proud of them. But even so, it was really exclusive. You couldn't get in there and create, but you could create the party. That was where my creativity was.
Nice.
Do you know what I mean? And I never forget that. That's made me, you know, did he change my life? Totally. You know, and that was pre-E. The party changed my life. Opened my mind to just new, different things that I've never forgotten. So women were in that mix, you know, we might not see it in the archive, but we were there.
I really like the idea that brings up, which I think connects to like a lot of way the younger artists connect, which is through the internet.
Well,
and the idea of
there is that scene again. There's a couple of people in London like Andy Blake and Joe Hart who've been keeping it going throughout, really intimate, really small parties. And I still go to, you know, 1 or 2 a month. And my experiences and the work I'm making is directly references being on that dance floor. And as opposed to like wanting to DJ, which I do love to do, but it's more the way I make the work is from the perspective of being on the dance floor and that immediate thing. And it's not about trying to reference someone else's subculture. But what the amazing thing about the way that the internet works is that we can shortcut and we can see the whole history of this music because it's all still the same records getting played now. You know, and I can listen to the stuff that you listen to first time round, and it's still as exciting when something from the year I was born gets dropped. But I can find out about it, and I can see a load of parties that it got played at first hand and stuff, which is really exciting.
It gives me goosebumps just
Yeah.
about partying.
Yeah.
I wanna go down.
I'm really hungover because I went to one on Friday. You know, it's Sunday. I had to get some, you know, immediate.
Well, actually,
Yeah.
I was in New York like a few months ago, and they had they want to name a street after Larry Levan, the DJ, and they had a massive Paradise Garage all day party, and it was fascinating. So I was probably one of the youngest people there. Everyone's in their 50s and 60s, and everyone's like voguing and dancing with each other. And what was so amazing was seeing that sense of community and network. And what I think is really important for perhaps a younger generation to get about that period in time, which is worth mentioning, is also it was in real life. These were three-dimensional networks from people actually meeting. And what I think is actually quite, again, has a level of political dissent about is people meeting in real life and talking to each other. And obviously, like Reese, a lot of these artists have disseminated their work on the internet or referencing things technology. Reese ran an online gallery, still does, an online project called Opening Times. And I kind of want to see, do you see any relationship and issues about the virtual connections people make and the real ones? And what your thoughts are around that?
I don't know what you just said.
Well, do you know, like, do you feel like the meeting people in real life thing at a party is really important? And do you feel like the networks people make online are limited?
Well, what was really amazing when I first moved to London about 5 years ago was when World Unknown and Andy Blake's parties kind of started up again, because all these artists moving to Peckham or South East London meant that all of a sudden their nights started filling up. You know, it wasn't 10 people on the dance floor anymore, it's 200 and another 100 trying to get in. So it seemed like the art scene, the kind of independent art scene, like small artist-led spaces like the Sunday Painter and Sun Gallery in Peckham, meant that every time there was a private view, you know, then we all went to one of Andy Blake's parties or Bahamian Moor or someone, and we ended up like that. For me, that whole exciting period of like when I first moved to London and that art scene is all tied up in the parties afterwards. So you'd be at 6 p.m. having like a cold beer with talking quite civilized about art. Then at 4 a.m. you'd all be like tops off, sweaty, same guy who like curated you in a show or ran a gallery. And it was like this, it just democratized everything. Everyone was equal on the dance floor. they came hand in hand, and it was about those people and sharing those moments. And yeah, can't do that on the internet.
Thank you. Sorry. I might, if he, so I'm going to say goodbye to Jeremy and swap and invite Winston and Alice. I don't know, it feels weird having these seats on the bottom, at least facing inwards. Shouldn't they face outwards? Sorry. Okay.
Do you want to get in at the mic?
Go on.
Okay.
I'll talk.
Someone.
Okay. We'll budge over. Where are you going, Reese? Where are you going? Where you go? Oh, cheeky bastard! You just can't be bothered now, can you? Okay, I'm going to talk to something that I was a big fan of reading Gavin Hill's when he used to write for The Face back in the day. Yeah, sorry, he's a great book, amazing writer. And I think he was one of the first people who wrote the fact, really beautifully, that throughout the 80s, it suddenly went from football hooligan culture and crossed over and everyone's hugging. And and it's quite a utopian idea of crossing class. And I think that's kind of amazing. And I want to kind of know from your own experience and your research how you think those borders crossed over and what was kind of important about that. And did they actually cross borders?
Are you saying that the acid house was the end of football hooliganism?
Well, no, but maybe for a bit.
I think it definitely played a part, but I think it's too simplistic to say that all these folks took ecstasy all night and then were hugging each other.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a lot of that going on, and these people would never. Des Penny, who used to manage a band called Flowered Up, who were quite scattered themselves. He wasn't necessarily a football hooligan, but he certainly knew a lot of them. And he talks about the club Spectrum in London with the fact that he was just in there one night and he could see all the top boys were in there from Millwall, West Ham, and Arsenal, and it was just that would never ever have happened without ecstasy. And so yeah, it definitely played a part, but I think it's too simplistic to say that. Also, at the same time, or just after, you had Hillsborough, which had a dramatic effect on football culture as well. So I think it's too simple to say that ecstasy did stop football hooliganism.
Do you think in other ways, like class, colour, there were boundaries that were blurring, or did you feel like it got really co-opted and changed?
I saw all the boundaries blur really quickly when ecstasy came on the scene, because I mean in the football fraternity there was a mixture of cultures anyway, in like a working class culture as it was at the time, and like black guys and white guys were the hooligans together, and I think when ecstasy came into the frame, what was noticeable when we were DJing was that when there were a few hooligans, like I said, the top boys were there doing their gear in the corner, and they were all really chilled out, which was quite nice. And then you'd get a few upsetters that would come in that would try and upset the apple cart, but they would see that there was no way of being able to do that because they didn't have the support, and that the top boys were in there. And if they tried to upset the apple cart while these guys were in there being nice, then they were under the cosh. So it did have a really quick effect from what I could see. Wherever I went DJing around the country, you noticed this group of bad boys in the corner who were controlling the drugs that come into the club, basically. And as long as they were in there, me and Parrot felt safe. But as long as they got their gear and they were in there, it was all cool. And in occasions, they were, which was like one side of like football culture in Sheffield, and the other side, there were scuffles that did happen outside of that. But overall, ecstasy definitely changed the dynamic between like football hooliganism and clubs. It felt safe to go in at night time, and as a black person walking through the streets, I felt less threatened as well. And it was very noticeable. So it wasn't just in nightclubs that had a big effect. It was generally on a whole. There'd be times when you used to see like guys walking in groups of 5 and 6, and I would cross over, not just to put myself out of like the chance of getting beat up or whatever, but not necessarily out of fear, but just being conscious that there was a time when football hooligans were to be feared. And then when ecstasy came into the frame, I just lost that inhibition, and so it did have a big effect for me.
I mean, Alice was talking, you were talking quite a bit about festival culture, which, to be honest, as a girl who used to go out clubbing a lot, I was always really frustrated by, because I think part of the joy of going to free parties is that you didn't have to pay to get in the same way that you used to not have to pay for an education, which is kind of important. Whereas I think that the festival and perhaps the controlled nature of that, to be honest, it's really expensive to go to a festival.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting now is that big commercial chains like clothing stores like Dorothy Perkins, like Primark, have their festival range, and it's like people adopt a kind of a festival persona for a weekend, and they wear the gear and they use that kind of rave fashion as a kind of a weekend dress identity, so yeah, it's nowadays it's very, very different, I think. But I think the issue with class is that, and the issue with acid house and rave culture, is that everything's very localized. I don't think you can generalize. You can't say it was like this, and your book does that because it's about different stories. When I was experiencing it all, I was a student, so I was around lots of other students, and so we were probably talking about these, the context and what was happening politically in that way that our education was framed around it. But I also know that, young working class people who were facing employment and steelworks were shutting, and they were seeking another opportunity, and so the rave culture gave them an opportunity to make some money. Let's make no bounds about it. These huge parties, they did charge for them, and they didn't have to pay attention to health and safety. They didn't have to have licensing. They didn't have to have toilets. They moved huge amounts of money, and so yeah, different scenes had different relationship, I think, with class and class boundaries. But the enduring thing was that the most important thing about it was maintaining the party. It's like the most important thing about play is that is to maintain it. That's why kids construct really complicated rules about play. It's to keep the play going. And one of the enduring things was, let's keep the party going. So what do we do to keep the party going? We don't talk about what we do as a profession. We don't talk about what we do as a living. We talk about the party. We're in the moment. We're here together. It doesn't matter whether you're earning loads or you're not, or you're black or you're white or you're gay or you're straight. What matters is the party. That was the kind of the feeling, and still is in some clubs.
Yeah, absolutely. And in a sense that, to the degree that it didn't even enter into people's head, it was just something that you did. Doing parties, people just did them. It was just, that was how you got your entertainment. The only sort of thought process that went into it was looking for the best place to do it and sort of organising the logistics of getting people in and out, making sure that there was no shit in between. That's kind of, and then obviously it started to get a little bit more serious because it started to get looked upon, and so people had to then consider lots of other areas of it, like health and safety and this, that. But generally, I think the reason that a lot of these things existed is because people did them because that's what they did, and they did them because they ultimately wanted to be at the party themselves.
Yeah, and they had to create that party. They had to, because there wasn't a party, so there wasn't clubs where you can go to that was playing this music. You had to do it yourself. That's the thing that I think it's hard for people nowadays well, even for us to think back and look that you couldn't hear this music anywhere. There was no radio stations playing it. There was no internet. If you wanted to hear that music, you had to go to Drive Turkey, or you had to go to the Hacienda. There was no other place where you could hear it. And some of those records, there only really 10 or 12 copies of a record were coming to the country on the import bans. So, if you wanted to hear a particular track that Winston was playing, you probably had to go to Drive Turkey. You couldn't hear it anywhere else.
What was also really interesting is thinking about that moment in time is how fractured it was and how many little scenes grew out of it. Let's say you had the big acid house burst, and then it ended up being really like elitist. Like, I only like techno. I hate house music. I like happy house. Don't go anywhere near. Like, it got really, and like, I'm only into trance. And what I find really interesting looking at a younger lot is none of it, because they were too young, none of those references mean anything. Or you're
point at me, but I'm in my 30s.
How about Lucy? Do you know what I mean? Like, does that even matter to you? Those kind of differentiations, because I think that's where freedom comes with, when people don't care.
No, that's kind of why I find it to be a sort of a cultural sludge, and it's just all one huge big mishmash. That, say, when you're on YouTube and the recommendation links, they're not necessarily real, like, you will like this, because there's been so many views and then the views are equating to, okay, yeah, so you might like it because that many other people like it, but they're completely different. And so just the way you go about finding the things that you will like, it's not because you know necessarily what, like the little strapline, that DJ relates to that record label and all that. Your starting point is just sort of like click, 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 click. And you have to wade through absolutely everything and find these things. And then when you find something you like and you've never heard it before, it's that initial like, oh. And so it's that first moment of truth, like, love it. Don't care what label it has.
But especially
nothing.
because pop music is also at this point a mess of hybridized forms. You know, last summer was EDM is essentially trance with a soul vocal, isn't it, with an R&B vocal. So it's no longer an issue. I don't think. This is Sunny's area. This is who.
It's true, actually. But I find that really interesting. How do you feel about that? Do you think, from your experiencing things, that it was kind of compartmentalized into all of that? Did you feel that throughout your own experiences?
Not at all. No, because what happens is, you know, we're talking about these parties like as big events and ways of being able to. These things happen anyway. The fact that people came to them is just that they happened to find out about them, and they were as disenfranchised as everybody else that found out about them. You know, you'll always get that, and that'll never change. I think the thing that did change was that after the party ended at 3 a.m. in the morning, people didn't necessarily go straight home. They went to micro parties, if you like, back to people's houses, and then they took elements of what they'd been hearing that night and continued to play elements of that. So if you liked techno of that sound, you might have got one guy in your group who was the one that's researched music and found loads of techno tracks, so you just carry on playing techno throughout the night. That was a satisfying moment for those people. And in another group, you might get like a soul crowd who played 70s funk or 80s funk, and that's the only compartmentalization of music that I knew until all the music stopped being outlawed and became mainstream. Which, by the way, is something that everybody that went to all these parties that were illegal parties or whatever, that's ultimately what we wanted. We wanted to be able to get into clubs and hear the music that we wanted. So where music is now is a place where we actually wanted it to be when all this was happening. Mm-hmm. It's just that the establishments or, you know, like institutions didn't allow that to happen. We needed to force the issue. We needed to go through music becoming the ultimate voice of the people, and even the people who were stopping it becoming a voice, to allow it to get through into the mainstream. It's at that point now that it needs to now find its own veins again. You know, that music will do that, and people will follow. I think it's just kind of it needed to get to the point that it is now, through all the difficulties that it's been through with acid house music and through techno and rave and everything. So, you know, I don't think it was anything that was in anybody's mind. There was no compartmentalization apart from you as people into whatever you were into.
Can we talk a little bit about technology? Because I think it's one of the underwriting things then, now, definitely in the show. I want to kind of look at what do you think was important about how people were responding to technology, both in terms of the music, but also in like a wider sense in terms of expression, like in terms of an art form as a medium or a way of playing around with. I love the idea of people using defunct technology from then and using it now in the work that they make, which I think you obviously do and a lot of artists do in terms of their mediums. And for example, you've used a lot of very contemporary technology in what you make. And yeah, I just want to talk a little bit of why you think that's, how you think people have done it interestingly and how it's influenced your processes.
For me, it was the driving force of why we're making the music was all electronic based, so we all thought it was like the future, and so
the Mayan.
And so, like, you know, all the imagery that I was doing, and a lot of people back then, it was all this like really aesthetic, square, you know, pixelated looking art. And so, you know, it felt like the first time there'd been a real fusion between like technology and art and music. At least, you know, that's what I was thinking. And so we were really inspired by it, the technology aspect of it. So we did lots of weird looking art that was inspired by technology, and yet it was really sort of handmade, and it was before the internet. There wasn't anyone doing digital printouts, or maybe we had like a laser in the background, but that's about as complex as it got. It was still people cutting out stuff. So yeah.
I think for me, when I go to a party now, and it can be in a really grubby warehouse or cellar or in a muddy field, the amount of technology that people have at their disposition, quite affordably, is incredible. And even though it's bristling with technology, it's such a human sport, it's such a human game. The important thing is that you're with other people in the same space, dancing, getting sweaty, listening to music. And yet we have this incredible technology to make the most incredible sounds in the most crazy places, and that to me is the joy. I'm not particularly interested in technology, but I am interested in technologies and how we can co-opt strategies, I suppose, and make use of things for a particular gain. And that might be digital technology, or it might be other kinds of technologies, and that might be technologies of the body, it might be technologies of sound, it might be technologies of drugs, whatever. They are technologies that people are using to arrive at a certain place, but the place is always to do with being with other people, and that to me is where the interesting thing is, because it's about being co-present in a space with other people.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. I think what's surprising when you look back is just how little technology was involved in some of the things. Like the fact that you get 20,000, 30,000 people in a field without the use of mobile phones or the internet. They would just be able to do that. They'd leave directions on an answer phone message, and you have to phone up. And those people who were running those raves would have killed to have the internet or mobile phones, because presumably it would have made their jobs a lot easier. But now that we've got them, would it just spoil the specialness of it?
The other thing is the police would have been able to find it much quicker, right? So part of the joy was the chase of finding party. Yeah, that was all part of the.
But maybe that's also part of the joy of like how you would purchase records in that time. It wouldn't all be accessible on the internet. I would spend a year looking for one, like, what is that song? What is that song? Finally finding it on vinyl, and that kind of searching. But then there's something kind of amazing about that search that you don't necessarily get in the same way.
It wasn't necessary, because initially what started to happen was when technology started to change, it was first within the music. It's the changing technology in music that started to bring people together and make it much more accessible. And when it became accessible, because you would get like, so for example, you get loads of different groups and pockets of people that would make up a big collective of a night. Each group would have one person that would be able to afford one piece of kit, and he'd learn how to use that piece of kit and be able to make something that sounded like a track that all his mates liked. Yeah. And slowly and surely over time, what started to happen was those people started to have a voice on the dance floor in a larger collective. And that made it really, really accessible for people. It gave people a bit more of a voice in terms of when they went out, and they felt a little bit more like they were part of something that was major, because these guys could bring tracks to certain DJs who would play tracks for them off the set, and with very, very basic equipment, one drum machine and a synth. And that track might be the result of them working out how they've learned how to use that section of it, but not all that of it, and it was that experimentation which made it really, really interesting initially, in terms of like the explosion of the whole thing, and slowly and surely it carried forward into into something a little bit more structured and organised. I think that's where technology had its massive impact, personally for me, is in really small groups, which allowed people a voice within a larger collective within in music.
That's exactly how 808 started, because Gerald Simpson had an 808 drum machine and Graham Massey had a keyboard, so they made music together. That's simply how it started. And trying to work out how these machines talk to each other, because you didn't have MIDI then, so the machines couldn't necessarily talk to each other. And if you listen to those very, very early 808 State records, Graham Massey said the most interesting thing, Graham Massey from 808 State, said the most interesting thing for him is when it sounded like the machines were talking to each other. And it just sounded completely alien.
Yeah, that's why.
I saw a couple of questions here, so I'm going to ask them.
Oh, yeah.
One of you.
No, I was just going to say that my experience of going out as a 17-year-old was I didn't give a shit about technology. All I cared about was what it sounded like. And like if you heard a Rhythm is Rhythm record, Strings of Life or something like that, you were just, your mind was blown. You weren't even going like, what, how did they make this? You were just kind of not even bothered. Personally, I was just bothered about what it sounded like. And as a DJ, and I used to follow Winston and Parrot wherever they played, wherever, didn't care, not even bothered, remotely bothered, you know, we just used to follow them. And as a DJ, then I started DJing and stuff, and I still DJ now. I still think as a DJ, it's about what you're playing. It's not about how it's made. That's just bullshit, really. And it's not even about like what you're doing when you're up there. It's kind of just what the record sounds like, you know.
Maybe that's also the difference about the people who were making music at the time.
Yeah,
and the people who are, but also the whole idea of like how you don't have to care about how it's made.
I think as a DJ, I think you have to kind of remind yourself, especially when you get to my age, like 43 or whatever, that there are 17-year-olds listening to what you're playing, and they don't necessarily care about. Again, they're there for the you know, everybody's talking about in the moment and all that, but they are there to listen to the music, and they're not particularly going, how's this made and how's that made, you know. So I mean, I was going to ask a question earlier on about things like Boiler Room TV, where for me the first time I saw that I was like, what is this like faux art rave in this kind of, you know, like what is this?
Reece,
you know,
do you want to
and like I've been in there with Winnie and we DJ'd, and it felt like a little rave to us when we were there.
Yeah.
Watching it, I just couldn't relate to it at all.
But you've got to think about, okay, but I know the guys who started Boiler Room stuff as we do.
View is on that, because to me it's like faux art.
But you've got to think about it like for a different generation who haven't had the access to parties, they want to be able to access those DJs, and they're used to accessing culture through the internet. So they're not used to turning up to places because the places don't exist. Can I be really honest? They're just you go around cities and you're just seeing venues close down constantly wherever you go. It's not the same as it was. It's not the idea of the growth. So a lot of the time ways people are, and maybe it's also become a lot more international because of the internet, but maybe that's the only way some people, I mean, I personally, I'm not going to say anything about Boiler Room, I'm really interested in, let's say, something like SoundCloud, where you get musicians immediately putting up their tracks and you can download them immediately and creating their own networks on there. And I'm fascinated by that. I think that's amazing, which is slightly different from the raving thing, much more about access to music in a different way. But I think for a different generation, and maybe for younger kids, that's kind of how they're used to accessing anything.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, but I mean, I think like SoundCloud generation, and I think modern access to music is really confusing. You know, it's like a DJ, I ain't got time for that. I mean, I used to, like, the guy who sat next to me, the guy who sat next to me, Chris Duckenfield, I used to just go into Walk Records on a Saturday afternoon, and granted that I wasn't married then or anything like that. So I could stand there for 4 hours. And I used to just say, just give me all the records. And he knew who I was and what I liked, and he just, you know, I'd walk out with a pal like that.
What record? I mean, the amount of record shops that you get in the world now is what, Rough Trade in London? Like maybe Depth Charge still exists in York. It's like they're shrinking.
But interestingly,
yeah,
that's what he still does for me.
Yeah, well,
because
that's a useful person.
Everything, and that's his job.
Yeah.
So he's set bills, so he'll give me music that he knows I like. I ain't got time. You know,
so maybe if you were 17, you'd have nothing else to do.
I'm still absolutely mystified that anybody's got that amount of time.
I spend time. I like finding things.
I was going to say, they're kind of actually counteracting that now with the technology, and say Beats by Dre investing so much money in streaming is so that they can analyze you as a person, whether it be from your Amazon list or your Facebook or whatever, and then give you sounds that you've never heard. And
algorithms are doing it for you now.
They can algorithm me.
I'm just so sorry, there's a couple of questions over there as well. I love you for that, though.
Just as a sort of a response to that, really, in that I'm not a DJ, but I've been to all the parties, and yeah, I heard music at the parties, but also radio. But I heard Chris on SCR. That's where I heard about all the parties. That's where I used to go, and that's actually partly what the internet and what Boiler Room is doing. You don't actually watch it as a channel or as watching your DJs, but it's you picking up on the sounds and what's going on and what the trends are. And radio and internet radio and Boiler Room are doing that now. So that's, you haven't got the time to go and talk to Chris.
Well, most
hours.
pirate radio stations are online now anyway.
See the list.
I mean, places like NTS radio, like most pirate radio stations you get are all online now.
They're not. I have to say, legitimately, they're not pirate stations anymore. They're community stations. Fritz FM is one of the biggest, and that's community station. But in terms of a certain genre of kids finding out the new tunes, that is one of the ones that they're listening to, and they get the opportunity to play on, the way that SCR used to be the thing for Chris and for Winston.
But I'd argue the fact that you even know the name Boiler Room means that it's to a level of known and commodification and collaboration with brands and locations. Otherwise, you probably would never have heard of it to this extent.
Also, at the same time, it's also a part of the new micro-industry movement that exists at the moment as well, because everything went massive. And it was like, you didn't have to do anything, it was just on your doorstep, where you went, what you did, what you bought, what you listened to. It was only, and we've been in that period for 10 years, you know, let's not forget that. Normally things moved in 10-year cycles and then they changed.
Yeah.
Stuff's going on for 15, 20 years now before it changes. It's lasting for ages because the commercial element and the commercial value to new movements is massive, and they're picking up on it before it's anything. The same thing happened with Jungle. Before Jungle became anything major underground, it became drum and bass, and then it was global. It was gone. It became overground so quick it didn't have time to become anything, and that's where we are now. But at the same time, what's happening is there is a shrinking of various different elements of that bastardization of youth culture that came about. And one of the things that exists is things like SoundCloud and all things like Boiler Room. They're all microcosms of what became really, really massive. And a lot of the clubs that are coming up around now are smaller, 200, 300, 500 capacity. You don't necessarily need this huge auditorium of people anymore, because festivals give people that, and then that has its own draw. But people also want intimacy, and you can find that through the internet in many, many ways. All the different mediums that exist now just give people that opportunity, and they can come together like through all those different forms that exist now, the same way that it used to be just for pirate radio. I used to be dead against all the advances in technology, including a lot of the kind of forms of media that exist in terms of getting your new music, hearing new content. I used to be dead against it. And I actually said to myself one day, actually, this is what we've been fighting for. That's what Reclaim the Streets was about. And it's put the power of music in the hands of people, finally. And which is one of the reasons there was so much political unrest with it initially, because there was nothing in place to control it initially. Right? There were all the bylaws that were put onto the whole new wave of sort of youth culture and subcultures were all industrial bylaws, and the government hadn't changed, had nothing in place to control it. So it was one of those moments, while people had a voice and had power again. So I think.
Well, I mean, you see it with the copyright laws, things that are being enforced with YouTube, obviously the removal of Pirate Bay and Napster and all those kind of things. The idea that people really want to have forums to access and share and make their own networks and communities, be they virtual, but that, to be honest, people aren't making money or profit out of it, so you keep getting big corporations trying to go like this to it constantly. So it's almost like catch a technology while you can before it gets ruined. Any other questions? In there?
It seems like an obvious one, but just to all of you, what was your favourite rave that you went to?
Oh, wow. What's your favourite rave party?
Is there a particular rave that you
oh, I love that question. Yeah, you definitely know some good ones for you. Wow, I'm going to get Winston to start, and then I'll work it by my way.
Best rave I've been to.
Or party. Best party.
Best party for me was, I would say, well, I'll give you two examples. One was back in back in the day, and one was not in the recent past. So Jive Turkey was when we did my first sort of warehouse party on Willie Street, which was in a warehouse opposite Fun Studios on the Wicker in Sheffield. And Cabaret Voltaire played, I think, right? And the power went off. It was mental. It was soggy floor and that with you could smell the oil from the old engines and stuff in there, and it would drip in and everything. And I think I was probably the only black person. I think the only other black person was into rock, so it was only me who was on my own. And like it just felt an immense like experience for me, and none of my mates were experiencing it. And I remember that night the power went off on the sound system because power cable, which was about that thick, was all coiled up behind some curtains in there, and it all fused together and blew up, and it went off for about 15-20 minutes. There was silence, people milling around, and it's the first time I ever experienced the power coming back on, and everyone just absolutely losing the plot, you know, like hair standing up on the back of your neck, that moment, just absolutely incredible. So that was my first best ever party, and my second was when we did with the Cabal parties, which you do now, which I believe is like, if Jive Turkey would have continued, it'd be very similar to what Cabal is now. And my friend Rafe, who's up there back behind pipes, he's organiser of that. We did one in the chapel in Walkley, an old chapel which had been turned into student apartments, and we DJed from a pulpit, and that was just green pipes and toddler tea, and it was just a different level. It was sweaty. It was just like, you know, that it was an ultimate party. The only thing that I would have changed is that it might have been underground, but that really didn't matter for that moment. So yeah, there you go for me.
Mine. I'll choose a couple then as well if you're choosing.
So many photos.
The Hacienda was absolutely amazing for a period, and I don't think the last sort of 3-4 years of it at the end were as good. But there was a time when it was just absolutely off the hook. The very early days after that, the very early days of Bugged Out at Sankey's in Manchester was fantastic. But I think probably the club that I remember with most affection is the Electric Chair in Manchester, which was just an amazing. But that's my sort of club. In fact, Luke Unabomber was one of the residents there. Came as a Jive Turkey. Yeah. So, but yeah, that's the club that I remember with most affection, because it was everything that I wanted a club to be. A dirty basement. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, on the spot. There's a lot, but one that does stick in my mind is Megadog at Brixton Academy, which was probably 1991, possibly. It was a New Year's Eve. I'd been to a lot of Megadogs in Leeds. Megadog was really my party. That's where I belonged. And then they did a Decadog, which was at Brixton Academy, and it was the maddest, most surreal, most spectacular, most glorious, most decadent 12-hour party in a club that I'd ever been to. And I remember sitting on some stairs and some still walking alien insect thing going past me, and yeah, I just...
Did that really happen?
That did really happen. That did really happen. And actually that was the first time that I'd seen performance actually in a club, which is why I then ended up doing a PhD that I did and then making my own work. So that was quite a seminal early one. And then my most recent one is 2012, and it was a free party on the moors underneath the wind farm in the Pennines. And it was a proper old school, because you had to phone a number, phone another number, phone another number. I think they set that up deliberately just for nostalgia's sake. And it was really, really in the middle of nowhere. And the only clue to where the party was a piece of UV ribbon tied to a fence. It was about that big. And I drove all the way there and crested this hill. And then there was just 3 tents had been set up, all by my mates. I didn't even know. There was hundreds of bands there. And the police turned up at about 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning, just as sun was coming up, and they just took video of us all. They walked through the party, took video of us all, and then just walked away again, which is why I say they just haven't got the resources to shut it down. And yeah, partying underneath an enormous wind turbine was pretty special.
I'm going to pick 2 because I can.
apart from the many years of doing it up here, I think I used to be a mod when I was like 16, 17, and I went somehow, I think someone was playing a Northern Soul set at the Albany, and it's where when Chemical Brothers were Dust Brothers, and it was in a basement under a pub, and it was during Notting Hill Carnival weekend, but I'd never been to Carnival then at this period of time, and I'd never been to a party like that. Even though my sister was listening to Gabba at home, I wasn't going out to that. I was a mod, and I went to that. And that was amazing. That's the first time I heard, first time I saw people do drugs, first time I ever danced like that. And then the other one was more recent, which was the first anniversary of Bubble Bite, which was in Peckham. And that party, I know, you were so wasted, at the Bussy building. And I looked around and I was like, oh my God, I'm so much older than everyone, but I'm still here, yay. And I got away with being there. That made me happy.
Skip me, I don't know.
I know, in Birmingham there was just a really, really, really big indie scene, and me and my best friend once got offered a DJ slot, and we played grime music, and we got chucked out of the club immediately as soon as we put on Crazy Touch. And they were like, in this club you play the Kooks. So the promoters put on a night for us, and even though it was to an indie crowd, we were like, screw it, we're going to play grime and we're going to play garage, and that's what we want to play. And literally as soon as we started, the whole dance floor lit up and went absolutely crazy for it. The promoters completely didn't expect it, and we only had about an hour set planned. And they were like, can you come back, can you come back? And we were like, yes. It was really nice to know that it wasn't just us that was appreciating that kind of music, which nobody else was listening to. It was sort of, it just went out into that realm and exploded, and then it became quite a good night. That was probably the best night ever.
Not much time. A 6-day rave in the Australian outback. That's all.
Wicked. Okay, well, listen, on that very fun last night, thank you very, very much for coming. I think we're all going to go to the show down at site just next door if you want to see it.
Drinks for everyone.
And thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming. Winston, what was that first track you played? Tonight by Hampton and Davies? What a fucking tune, man. That's a seriously good tune. It's an interesting